White House, Trump is taking some questions after a cabinet meeting, so let's just turn the volume on and listen to some of this.
Or they were very stupid, or they hate our country. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
You were speaking about Japan. Can you clarify what your vision is for U.S. Steel? You referenced it yesterday, but there were some questions about what you actually want to see happen with that.
U.S. Steel is going to do very well now because of tariffs, and I don't know why they even need a deal, but the only thing is U.S. Steel, if you go back 80 or 90 years, that was a behemoth in this. That was our biggest, most, if we were around, we would have been very proud of it. Today we have different types of companies that are big. Google, it's not the same as U.S. Steel, and I love Google, and I got to like the people that run it. They're very capable people. They didn't like me so much in the first administration, but they like me a lot now. I don't know what happened, but I like them. But you know, I think they would be the first to admit, when I envisioned, you look at some of those steel factories from 90 years ago, it was a different kind of a country, but they were miles long. Today you see just empty hulks. Those hulks are going to be filled up very soon because of what I'm doing with tariffs. It was a different kind of a thing. But if I didn't do that in the first term, my first term, if I didn't put tariffs on, we would have, because China and others were dumping steel, billions of dollars of steel. Our steel companies were all closing. Every fact, we wouldn't have one steel plant open, and now we have a steel industry that's doing very well. But soon it's going to be thriving, really thriving, and those factories are going to be filled up. But more importantly, they're going to build brand new ones. Nucor and so many other companies call me. Nucor being a big steel company, they're building massive new steel plants, and it's great. And likewise, car companies. We have many car companies. Three of them. I'm not looking to hurt Mexico, and I like Mexico. And by the way, I think the new president is a terrific person, a fantastic woman. We've had many conversations.
Hang on one second. I'm just going to get the correct camera angle for you. President Trump is taking some questions live at the White House right now. After a cabinet meeting. So we're going to talk about everything else in a second, but I want to put that up on the screen. If you give me a second, I hopefully can get it up for you right now. Hang on. Do we have it? I think I got it right now. Let's go.
That was president at the time. We lost 90,000 plants and factories since NAFTA. 90,000. It's not believable. How about that, Laura? You know, you're in that sort of world of factories and plants.
Manufacturing, construction jobs, bringing those workers back home.
That's right. We're going to bring them all back. But think of it, from that period of time, which isn't so long ago, we lost. I said the other day, if you had a map on a big wall like this, and if you had pins, 90,000, I don't know if you'd have enough. I don't think you'd have enough room on the map to put the pins. 90,000 factories. That we've lost since NAFTA, and it's not even, and about 6 million jobs, but really, I think probably a lot more than that, but they say 6 million jobs. We're going to bring many of that back. I think we're going to bring more than all of it back. We're going to be better and stronger than ever before. But if a president, when they were leaving, said, look, you can leave, but if you're going to build a factory someplace else, and you think you're going to come and sell your steel or your car or any product that you make, your pharmaceuticals, which we're going to do, we're going to get them all back. But if you think you're going to just, all they had to do is say this, and they wouldn't have left. You know, I said it the other day. I said it with respect to, I made a speech a year ago, and I told them if I win, we're going to charge a big tariff at the border. And people were thinking about building in Mexico a car plant. And I said, we're going to have a big tariff. So if you want to build a car, you're going to have to pay 25% more than the cost of that car. You're going to have to pay 25% tariff at the border. They would have never left. They could have kept everybody. If a president said, if you leave this country, you leave Michigan, you leave Detroit, you leave anybody, any of our states, because to me they're all the same. I love them all. I love them all, and I probably won them all. But they say I won most of them. But I think I won them all. But that's okay. But all you had to say if you were the president is, if you leave and you think you're going to now fire all those workers, leave all that, everything behind, and you're going to build in another country and sell it in here. No, you're not going to. You're going to pay 50% or 100% tariff. They would have never left. And all you had to say, Marco, all you had to say very simply is, you don't have to write it down. All you have to do is say it verbally. If you leave, you're going to pay 100% tariff. Therefore, don't leave. They would have never left. But they left 90,000 plants. I mean, it's hard to believe that many. It's not you can't envision it. So just getting back to your, because I'm the great weaver of all time. To weave, you have to be a genius. To go on tangents, anybody can do that. But we'll get back to your original U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is a big name in this country. It's Babe Ruth is a big name. We have a lot of big names, but not too many. U.S. Steel is one of the great names in the history of our country. And normally I wouldn't mind so much. I wouldn't be thrilled with it. But to buy for a foreign country, and we love Japan, but for a foreign country to buy that cherished U.S. Steel brand, that's hard for me to do. And maybe somebody else may want it. The company Nippon that's involved with it is a big, powerful company who do a good job. But why can't they just build a plant themselves? I mean, why do they have to, take U.S. Steel? So as you know, I rejected the deal. Now they've come back in a different form. They're coming back as an investor. And I feel better about that, I guess. But, I know them very well. I know the thinking. It's the investor. They'll invest, and somebody else maybe is sitting in this chair, and they will no longer have an investment. They'll have the whole thing. They're very, very throughout the world. Great geniuses, actually. Look what they've done to our country. And again, I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. If I could have done it, if I were in that position, I'd have great respect. I have great respect for the people. They ripped off the United States, and all we had to do, have a president that knew what the hell was going on, and none of those countries would have left. Those companies, none of them would have left. So that's a little lesson in basic business. And it's really basic business. It's not complicated business. It's very basic business. And we'd have every one of those car plants going just the way they were 30 years ago. None of them would have left, but now they're coming back.
Mr. President, the Labor Department has confirmed that $400 million went to fake people for unemployment benefits.
Yeah,
What's sort of your initial reaction?
I think it's terrible. I just heard it from Lori, and I appreciate it, and you heard it from Elon's people, right?
That's right.
Elon's done a fantastic job. Look, he's sitting here, and I don't care. I don't need Elon for anything other than I happen to like him. But I'm telling you, this guy did a fantastic job. I don't need his car. I actually bought one and they said, oh, bargain. Oh, I said, give me the top price. I paid a lot of money for that car. But honestly, he makes a great car. You know what I do with it? I let the people in the office drive around in it. Margot and Natalie, and they're all, Chamberlain, they're all driving around the most beautiful car. It's gorgeous. But I did that as a sign of, just a show of support. Numerous people have done that. Support. Because, he's done a fantastic job, but he hasn't been treated properly. Hasn't been treated properly. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you talk to us about your communications with China? Has President Xi reached out at all since the tariffs?
Well, I don't want to say who's reached out. I just say that I think it's going to work out, hopefully well.
Including TikTok?
They're very big. It's hard to get over, if you're me, what they've done to our country. They've destroyed our economic base to a large extent. The good news is we're very vibrant, and we're going to get it back fast. We already have. Look, we're making $2 billion a day now, and during Biden, we were losing $3 billion a day. Biden was a disaster. He was the worst president in the history of our country. And, to me, worse than that, because the money you can make if you have the right guy in this position, worse than that was what we have to do on the border. By allowing the jails of the world, not South America, all over the world, to be opened up so that we take everybody from Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, The bad ones. They opened up their jails and they dumped them in the United States. And now this beautiful young woman who seems to be, boy, she loves what she does, though. I think she loves what she does because she's a patriot. She hates to see it. And Tom and all the people. But for us to spend, hundreds of billions of dollars, this is just, I don't know. They either hated the country. Who would do this? Who would want millions of people to pour through an open border? We have no idea who the hell they are. And just walk right through. And half of them, whether you like it or not, you could look at them and you could say, they are not going to help us. These are some rough people. But they'd empty out their jails, and they'd empty out their mental institutions, insane asylums, and they let them into the United States of America. And inflation we can fix, and all of the other things we can fix. We'll get it going. But this is something, it's such a horrible thing, and it's really hard. We have to do deportations. Now we're doing self-deportation. We're coming up with all sorts of ideas. And they must have known it's not going to work out well. And, we want people to come into our country, by the way. We need them badly for the jobs. But we want them to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show that they can love our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Answered a few more questions before we I know what's happening. You know what? My microphone was not in front of me. That's what happened. I forgot to put my microphone in front of me, and so you couldn't really hear me. Okay. Well, sorry about that. Now that's better. President Trump answered a few more questions before that, right? As we got on the air, he started answering questions. So what I'm going to try to do, I don't know if it'll work, but I'll try to get you footage of him answering the questions that we didn't see. That could take a little bit, but if I can get that footage of him answering those questions, I will put that on the air for you. Give me 1 second here. Let me just check something. All right. So again, I'll do that. Hey, let's look at the stock ticker from the Dow Jones and talk about that. Welcome to the broadcast. There. Okay, so stocks have been down today. At one time, it was down a bunch more than this. Well, you can actually see on that stock chart there. Oops, we're not live at the White House now. You can actually see on the chart right there at the top. At one, they're off their lows for the day. But there are tariff worries continue, and it was revealed today that Trump has raised the tariff on China to 145%. Yesterday it was thought it was 125%. But the White House clarified today the current tariff on China is 145%. That's on everything coming in from China. By the way, I should mention the other indexes too. NASDAQ is down almost 4%. The S&P 500 is down a bit more than 3%. The Russell 2000 is down about 4.5%. Where was I yesterday, Ratch D? Where was I yesterday? I was here covering it. Where were you? Where were you? You should have been here. We were covering it all day. But we'll see what happens there's less than 2 hours left in the trading day. But this news on China is quite significant. 145% tariff on China. If there had been no tariff announcement at all, and then all of a sudden there was 145% tariff on China, that would be a huge story. Hey, thanks to our moderators, we have Danny James and Sabrina and Ruth Krafasi, Roberts Mayqueen. They're over there on YouTube. Thank you. Thanks for moderating there. Hold on, let me pull up a couple things here. I need to pull up in front of me so I can see it. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks to our Twitch moderators. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Thanks to our, what is what I wanted? Thanks to our Twitch moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Tariag. And thank you to Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Here too, thanks for a second. Kay Lowry Body is modding. Thanks, Kay. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thanks. They are over there moderating on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks, by the way, to Sharon, Klaas, and Goslin for subscribing over there. Also, a quick thank you to, thanks so much to Fred Flintstone for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that, Fred. Make sure you thank Fred or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thanks, Carlos Rosa, for your support. Thank you, Carlos, very much. It's really nice of you. Thanks, Sean, for your support. Jim Eaton, thank you for your support. Thank you, anyone, for your support. Thank you, Progressively Independent, our member, and Debbie James for the gift memberships. Thank you, Debbie James, very much, and also Awesome Dude 152. Thanks for being a member. Sean, our viewer, says, I like roller coasters as much as the next person, but how many trillions has this ride cost us? Thank you to Urs Wiesendanger from Switzerland, by the way. Urs, I cannot tell you what the effect of this will be on Switzerland. That I don't know. I believe Switzerland currently has a 10% tariff, I think, if I have that right, because President Trump yesterday, put a pause on all of the reciprocal tariffs and said all the countries that had the tariffs greater than 10%, had those reciprocal tariffs, were now going to be at 10% for 90 days. I believe that's what happened. I have the document here, but I think that's what happened. I'll show you that document, actually. Switzerland was supposed to have 31% tariffs, but now I believe now they have 10% tariffs. Let me get you something, but this China story is a big story. Let me pull up here. Stocks are going down a bit more now. Okay, let me just show you an update about what's been going on today. Then we'll go from there. Okay, here's an update. Is this going to work? Is this going to work? Let's see. There we go. Wall Street pulls back after Wednesday's historic surge as U.S.-China trade tensions escalate. So stocks had gone down for several days. Then yesterday they went up a bunch because President Trump announced a pause on the reciprocal tariffs. But now they are falling today. Dow down over 3%. And other indexes right now, S&P 500 down almost 4%, NASDAQ down 4.66%, Russell 2000 down 4.3%. Thank you again, Urs Wiesendanger, for your support. And also, I want to give a shout out to Sino. Thank you, Sino, for your support. Thank you, Boomer Wow, for your support. Boomer Wow thinks China as an export economy is ruined if they don't bend the knee. Thank you, Ray Paul's Picks, for your support, who says, do you think delaying tariffs rather than canceling them outright will still result in the same plunge in the markets regardless? Well, he's lowered tariffs on a bunch of countries. Like I just told you, Switzerland was supposed to have 31% tariffs, and now they have 10. Vietnam was supposed to have, 40-something% tariffs? Oops. And now they have 10. So there are fewer tariffs today than there were yesterday. But there's still 10% on basically all the countries that had gotten tariffs, put them on them, what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago by President Trump? And then China now has 145% tariffs. So I don't know where stocks are going to go. Will all the tariffs just go away in a couple months and President Trump will reach deals with various countries, or will they not go away? I don't know. Will some of them come back? Some of the higher levels come back? I just don't know. So we'll have to see how this all plays out. There's a bunch of uncertainty as to what's going to happen with these. But look, it's a huge deal even if this China tariff stays on for a while. 145% tariff on China. How long is that going to last? So I think, I'm sure investors are trying to figure out what's going to happen with these things. But we don't know. Thank you, Ray Paul's Picks, for your support. Thank you also to, is it Cyrillic? I don't know what language that is. AK, I'll say. Thanks for your support. Who said the indexes were down a lot more a few hours ago. Well, I mean, they were certainly down more. Definitely. The low today. I mean, if I show you the, for example, the, where is it here? There's the chart for the Dow. So you can see how the Dow was certainly down more, and the other indexes, major indexes, were down more earlier in the day. But we'll have to see what happens with them. AK says they are putting in head and shoulders after the face-ripping rally from yesterday. Okay, so, oops, here, this is what we want. You can see here, AP says U.S. stocks are diving Thursday and surrendering a chunk of their historic gains from the day before as President Trump's trade war continues to confuse and threaten the economy, even if its temperature has cooled a bit. This says the S&P was down 3.6%, but I think it's down more now. The S&P right now is down 4%, basically. Yesterday, it went up 9.5% following Trump's decision to pause many of his tariffs worldwide. The Dow is now down 3.15%. I'm looking at it on the screen. NASDAQ is down almost 5% right now. Trump blinks, UBS strategist Banu Bawija wrote in a report about the president's decision on tariffs, but the damage isn't all undone. Trump has focused more on China, raising tariffs on Chinese products to well above 100%, said this analyst. Even if that were to get negotiated down to something like 50%, and even if only 10% tariffs remained on other countries, this expert said the hit to the U.S. economy could still be large enough to hurt expected growth for upcoming U.S. corporate profits. The losses accelerated today for U.S. stocks after the White House clarified that Chinese imports will be tariffed at 145%, not the 125% rate that Trump had written about in his posting on Truth Social yesterday. The S&P went down 6.3% at one point today. At 7%, it hits a circuit breaker, if it's before, I think, 3:25 p.m. or something, Eastern time. That's huge news. Yesterday, I said this on the stream yesterday. There was a lot of positivity in the markets because President Trump had announced a, quote, pause on the retaliatory tariffs, and he had reduced the tariffs above 10% to 10% on various countries. But what I said is, look, if President Trump just from the beginning had come out with a 10% tariff across the board and over 100% tariffs on China, I think there'd be a lot of concern about that if there had been no pause. So that's still it's just what this article was talking about. It's still quite significant. And now today we find out the tariffs on China are 145%. So the tariffs didn't go away yesterday. There are still very significant tariffs out there. Francis Lund, chief executive of Geosecurity, says everything is still very volatile because with Donald Trump, you don't know what to expect. There is really big uncertainty in the market. The threat of recession has not faded. China, meanwhile, has reached out to other countries around the world in apparent hopes of forming a united front against Trump. The stock market, China announced that it's going to be importing fewer American movies. I read an article in the Hollywood Reporter where I believe it said the China Film Administration said it was going to moderately reduce the number of American movies being brought into China. The stock price of Warner Brothers Discovery, the company behind a Minecraft movie, dropped 13.1% for one of Wall Street's sharpest losses after China said Thursday it will appropriately reduce the number of imported U.S. films. The Walt Disney Company stock sank 6.7%. A spokesperson for the China Film Administration said it is inevitable that Chinese audiences would find American films less palatable, given the, quote, wrong move by the U.S. to wantonly implement tariffs on China. The European Union said today it will put its trade retaliation measures on hold for 90 days and leave room for a negotiated solution. It all demonstrates why many on Wall Street are preparing for more swings to hit the markets after the S&P 500 at one point nearly dropped into a bear market by closing almost 20% below its record. Often the whipsaw moves have become not just day to day but also hour to hour. We'll talk about the bond market in a second. Dow is down now about 3.07%. I'm seeing S&P 500 down about almost 4%. NASDAQ down almost 5%. Russell 2000 down almost 4%. Let me just quickly check and see if I can pull up Why am I not seeing? Oh, I'm sorry. If I can pull up the video of President Trump answering questions. We saw some of him answering questions today, but there's more. So let me just see if I can download that for you and play that. I'm going to try. Okay, I have that downloading, so I'll just wait for it. It could take a little while, but I will leave it on download. Let's see here. Do you guys want to see? Oh, should we show the start of the State Department briefing? Because I don't. Maybe the State Department briefing will talk about China a little bit. We could just see the start of it and see if there's any talk about China and the tariffs. My guess is there won't be much. I'll keep an eye on it. Let me just have it ready to start. And then, let's see, is it this? Yeah, so I can throw it up there. I can throw it up there when it starts. Let me take some comments from you guys. By the way, thank you so much to Chris Canada, who says, make tariff great again. Chris Canada, Quebec City. Thank you also, Louis R., thank you so much, who says, bond yields are starting to jump up again on the intraday trading chart, still down off the highs, but if that starts to jump again, Trump will have to make a deal with China. We'll have to talk about the bond yields. Some think that Trump ultimately paused the reciprocal tariffs because he was worried about the bond yields. That the bond price is going down and the yields going up. We'll talk about that in a little bit too. Thank you to Natalie Perkowski for being a member. Thank you, Tony Baloney, who says Intel seems to be fluctuating pretty good. I haven't checked Intel. Thank you, Tony Baloney, for your support. Intel stock is down, I'm looking at it, about 8% today. Thanks, PZ Papa Zulu, for your support. I really appreciate it, PZ Papa Zulu. He says, don't forget the negotiations with Iran start Saturday. There are stealth bombers in Diego Garcia carrot stick. And also thank you, Ray Paul's Picks, for your support, who thinks this is not tenable long term. It's a grid man market. Set to Chill thinks this president loves crashing the market. Wow. Again, the market is falling today reportedly on tariff worries, especially the fact that the White House announced that there is now a 145% tariff on China. Everything coming in from China, 145% tariff, guys. Let me show you some more on the bond stuff. AP says, one encouraging signal had been coming from the bond market where stress had seemed to be easing, although we'll see about that, as Louis R. said. The bond market has historically played the role of enforcer against politicians and economic policies it deemed imprudent. It helped. So bonds are when the U.S. basically borrows money from people. You can buy a Treasury bond where you give the U.S. government money and they agree to pay it back to you sometime in the future with interest. The bond market has historically played the role of enforcer against politicians and economic policies it deemed imprudent. It helped topple the UK's Liz Truss in 2022, for example, whose 49 days made her Britain's shortest-serving prime minister. James Carville, advisor to former President Clinton in the U.S., also famously said he'd like to be reincarnated as the bond market because of how much power it wields. Earlier this week, big jumps for U.S. Treasury yields. The yields jump when the prices of the Treasury bonds go down. So Treasury bonds started getting sold off. Earlier this week, big jumps for U.S. Treasury yields had rattled the market so much that Trump said Wednesday he had been watching how investors were getting a little queasy. Several reasons could have been behind the sharp sudden rise in yields. Hey, let's hold on. Let's go to the State Department real quick. Let's see the start of the State Department. Start of the State Department briefing, real quick.
Hi, everybody. President, of course, and the cabinet meeting. Not that there's anything to say. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I think, but someone should tell April to not think that it's February. Somebody's got to check in with her and see what's going on. Thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it. And let's start with a couple of announcements here, as usual. Of course, I'm Tammy, spokesperson for the State Department.
Hang on one moment.
To begin, we are pleased to share that American Ksenia Karelina is on her way back to the United States. Ksenia was detained.
Give me one moment. I will
United
fix the
with
video.
her loved ones.
I'll fix the video.
Russia continues to unjustly detain, including American Stephen Hubbard. President Trump's team, at his request, engaged with Russia on Ksenia's case. Secretary Rubio, Special Envoy Witkoff, CIA Director Ratcliffe, National Security Advisor Waltz, and Special Envoy Bowler mobilized their teams to bring her home. We thank the government of the UAE for their support enabling the exchange. President Trump and Secretary Rubio will continue to work for the release of all unjustly detained Americans. And now to trade. President Trump continues to put American workers first by bringing trading partners around the world to the table with a fresh perspective to achieve reciprocity and fairness. Yesterday, the president showed the promise of his support. More than 75 countries recognize the benefit in working with the United States. Many negotiations are now underway. President Trump has also been very clear on China. China's decision to retaliate is emblematic of its decades of aggressive and unfair trade policies, and President Trump has taken appropriate action in response, announcing that the United States tariff on all goods from China has again increased. China's unfair trade practices are hurting not only the United States and our workers, but also market economies around the world. China has actively undermined the world trading order for decades. It is high time to correct that imbalance. President Trump is the first world leader brave enough to do so. Lastly, I want to share a message from Secretary Rubio to the people of the Dominican Republic. As the Secretary said, we are, quote, united in prayer as the people of the Dominican Republic grieve the recent tragedy that took place in Jet Set nightclub in Santo Domingo, which also resulted in the unfortunate death of at least one U.S. citizen and U.S. legal permanent residents. While rescue efforts remain ongoing, our hearts go out to the families and loved ones affected by this devastating event. The U.S. stands ready to support our Dominican allies amid this obviously horrible and difficult time. And now, turning it over to questions. Where will I begin? Matt Lee with the AP. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am. Two things. I just want to check to make sure that you don't have anything to add either on the release of the American or on the Russia-U.S. talks in Istanbul from the statement. Do you have anything to add on either
I have
of those?
I have a few things I can add because I'm talking and I
Please
can't
do.
shut up. That's my situation here. So obviously we know the situation is that one thing I want to reinforce that I mentioned in my announcement is calling on Russia to release Stephen Hubbard, who has been detained for nearly 3 years. We continue to work to free Mr. Hubbard and all other Americans unjustly detained, and we have not forgotten about all those Russia continues to detain in this manner, to say the least. To secure Ksenia's release, Russian national Arthur Petrov, your alarm's going? Arthur Petrov was returned to Russia. And that is all I'll share in that regard. But obviously she is on her way home, and that is what the story is in that regard. And that's a promise President Trump made when he first came into office, was to make sure that all Americans being held around the world would, in fact, be home. And your other issue?
Well, on the Ukraine, sorry, not Ukraine, the Istanbul meeting between the U.S. and Russia, presumably this swap did not come up there, but do you have anything to add to what was in the statement that came out earlier?
I do, and let me get that for us. I think we have that right here. And I'm not quite sure.
We'll just listen to this a little longer. I want to see if she says anything more about
back
the
around to
China
it.
situation.
This, what I can,
Tariffs.
for those of you not knowing what he's asking about, is a technical meeting in Istanbul regarding the bilateral relations and the embassies for both of us, and that's again, that has happened before. Again, it has nothing to do with Ukraine, nothing to do with expanding our relationship in any fashion in that regard, but really just about the nature of our embassies and the ability to manage them and conduct business as one would normally expect to be able to do so in a diplomatic mission.
Okay, so then to my question that maybe you can answer a little bit on.
All right, I'm going to go away from this now because I want to talk about some stuff. You can go to the State Department's social media. She did mention the tariffs on China, the increased tariffs on China, which are now 145%. So, but you can see that on State Department social media. We're going to get back to news updates here. And what I'm going to do is do this. Oops. I want to show you something, first of all. Little news update. In case you didn't hear about this. Today, that's a little bit big there. Today, Washington, D.C., the wingtip of American Airlines Flight 5490 struck American Airlines Flight 4522 on a taxiway at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport around 12:45 p.m. today, Eastern Time. Flight 5490, a Bombardier CRJ-900, was headed to Charleston International Airport in South Carolina. Flight 4522, an Embraer E175, was headed to JFK International Airport in New York. The FAA will investigate. That's two American Airlines planes in Washington, D.C. What the wingtip of one plane struck the other plane. One of our viewers said, "You are not supposed to do that, right?" I believe a couple of lawmakers were on board one of the planes. Did Chad Pergram report that? I might have even reposted it. Let's see. No, I didn't repost that report, but is he who posted it? Let's see. Chad Pergram said at least two lawmakers were on the plane that had its wings struck while on the ground while on Reagan National. Democratic New Jersey Representative Gottheimer and GOP NY Rep. LaLota. Yeah, as Master Voltaire says, it's the same airport where that horrible helicopter plane collision happened. Was it months ago now? All right, so getting back to this. Oh, I want to just finish talking about the bond market real quick because that got interrupted by the State Department press briefing. So again, stocks down today. They've been down more earlier, but Dow down about 2.2% right now. S&P 500 down about 3%, NASDAQ down about 3.7%, Russell 2000 down over 4%. Off the lows for the day, but as you can see in that chart there. But still significant tariff worries, especially over the news that the tariff on China is now 145%. 45%. That is new announcement today from the White House. I wanted to just mention the bond market here. We were reading this little passage about the bond market here from AP. One encouraging signal had been coming from the bond market where stress had seemed to be easing. As I mentioned, we're talking about bonds where the U.S. basically borrows money from people and investors. You can give the U.S. government money, buy a bond, and they'll pay it back to you with interest sometime down the road. Earlier this week, the bond market has historically played the role of enforcer against politicians and economic policies it deemed imprudent. It helped topple the UK's Liz Truss in 2022, for example, whose 49 days made her Britain's shortest-serving prime minister. James Carville, advisor to former US President Bill Clinton, also famously said he'd like to be reincarnated as the bond market because of how much power it wields. Earlier this year, big jumps for US Treasury yields, that means people were selling bonds, U.S. bonds, had rattled the market so much that Trump said yesterday he had been watching how investors were getting a little queasy. As I mentioned, some think that the bond market, the selling of bonds and what was going on in the bond market is something that's ultimately what made President Trump decide to pause a bunch of the tariffs. Several reasons could have been behind the sharp, sudden rise in yields, meaning people selling off bonds. Hedge funds may have been selling Treasury bonds in order to raise cash, and investors outside the U.S. may be dumping their U.S. investments because of the trade war. Regardless of the reasons behind it, higher yields crank up pressure on the stock market and push rates higher for mortgages and other loans for U.S. households and businesses. But the 10-year Treasury yield had calmed following Trump's U-turn on tariffs, and it dropped all the way back to 4.30% shortly after Thursday morning's release of a better-than-expected report on inflation in the U.S. That's after it had shot up to nearly 4.5% Wednesday morning from just 4.01% at the end of last week. But the yield began climbing again as Thursday progressed, reaching 4.36%. I will tell you what the 10-year yield is right now. It is 4.394%. Is that correct? The latest price I'm seeing for 10-year bond yields is 4.395%. So they've gone up a bit. Which means people are selling the bonds. That would not be good. The positive economic news would be the yields going down, not going up. So something to keep an eye on. And then let me also, if I can, show you something else on this. Wall Street slides as tariff risks send investors fleeing. I'll take some more comments from you guys, by the way. Vibe believes Japan has been offloading U.S. debt. Subroutine thinks China is selling the bonds. Our viewer Nation Rising says your new iPhone should cost about $3,000. How long are these 145% China tariffs going to stay in effect? Is China going to announce further tariffs on the U.S. now that the U.S. announced today the China tariffs is up to 145%? what's going to happen with there? Log Drivers Waltz says, trade war with China, this should be good. Looks under everything I own. Oh, uh-oh. LOL. Thanks to Moonshadow for subscribing on X. I appreciate that. Also, thanks Fizzy Mint. Yeah, oh, Fizzy Mint actually just said any possibility China will also raise tariffs. It's certainly possible. Thanks Fizzy Mint for subscribing. Thanks Dark Crypto for the bits on Twitch. And Richard Zinnia. Thank you so much, Richard, for your support. And also thank you to... Oh, you know what? Something is a little off here. Something's a little off. I got to fix it. I see what's going on here. Why is this not over? Let me do something real quick here. Why is this not? Oh, there. That's there. So why are we not here? Need to fix this. I'm going to move this around a little bit. Let's do this again. That goes there. That goes there. Good, 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 good. Why is this thing all weird? Oh, here we go. There, I fixed it, I think. Did I fix it? Maybe? Just trying to get everything on the screen here. I think that's good. Okay. Let me go back to do this. Quick thanks to Tina Tyler. I think it's Taylor. Tina Taylor. Thank you, Tina, for being a new member. Thanks to Gator, I think it's Gator Fits. My problem is I need to make this bigger here. Gator Fits, thanks for being a member. Thank you, Malcolm Moore from the UK for your support. Thanks, Robin Foos, for being a member. Dow only right now down about a little more than 2%. It was down significantly more than that earlier in the day. You can see here Reuters says Wall Street stocks tumbled on Thursday on mounting worries over the economic impact of U.S. President Trump's multi-front tariff war. There's still significant tariffs out there. All three major indexes fell sharply, but they're off less right now than they were earlier in the day. Growing concerns over the escalating Washington-Beijing trade face-off dampened optimism over upbeat economic data and U.S.-Europe trade negotiations. After Trump announced a 90-day tariff reprieve yesterday, the S&P 500 went up 9.5%, the largest one-day percentage jump since 2008. NASDAQ went up 12.2%, its second biggest daily gain on record. Despite Wednesday's bounce, the S&P 500 remained more than 6% below levels before the reciprocal tariffs were announced last week. One expert that Reuters talked to, a wealth advisor, said investors are still uncomfortable with it because they don't know what the end game is. I think what we're seeing still is investor concern about tariffs, and that is pretty much front and center for everything. Oops, do this. Hey, the Dow is now down less than 2%. maybe we'll do a poll. How long will the China tariff last? That China tariff is now 145%. So I'm going to do, I know it could go up or down, but I'm just going to say, how long will the China tariff be in effect? And the three options will be less than a week, 1 to 4 weeks, longer. We'll see what you guys have to say about that. Oh, Dow is down again. All right, let me post this over on Twitch. Then I'll post it on Facebook, and then I'll show you what you guys say. It is now posted on Twitch. All right, I'm posting it on Facebook now too. Okay. I said, the question is, how long will the China tariff last? And here is what you guys had to say. Oh, maybe this will work. Oops, hold on. Let's see, is this going to work? There. It's there. What did you guys say? I'm going to make it bigger. Oh, over on YouTube, the result is 25% think less than a week, 24% less than a week, 29% 1 to 4 weeks, 46% say longer. On Facebook, 20% say less than a week, 30% say 1 to 4 weeks, and 50% say longer. Now let me show you what Twitch has to say. Is this going to work? Why am I not seeing anything there? I am not seeing it. Oh, is it covered by this? No. Let's try this again. Twitch, why isn't this thing working? Let me pull up the Twitch one. Oh, hold on. I think I just did it. Try this again. For this Twitch one isn't showing. Let me just get the Twitch one on the screen for you. Sorry. I'm still in Lima, Peru, by the way, so things can take a little longer when I'm here. But I am going to show you the Twitch poll results right now. Oopsie. Here we go. I'm putting it up on the screen for you. There it is. I think I did it. There it is. On Twitch, it is 15% less than a week, 27% 1 to 4 weeks, and 59% 9% longer. So about half of you think longer than a month and half of you think not. Thank you for voting in our poll. Hey, the Dow is down about 2.5%. Let me do this. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Bean Juice Bond, who says people need to pay more attention to the DXY chart. That is your US dollar value. Thank you, Bean Juice Bond. Thank you, Crypto King, for being a member and for shouting out the mods. Thank you also, Aries EMS, who gave out a bunch of memberships. That's so nice of you, Aries. Thank you. Aries EMS. Make sure you thank Aries or somebody else if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, New Next Wow, who says no more dollar stores. Shout out to our moderators again. Thank you so much for being here. Ruth Krafasi, Sarah55 on YouTube, thank you. On Twitch, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you so much. Linda Bell, Glary, Misha on X. And on Facebook, we have Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks, by the way, to Rita Evans Lang and Jennifer Ellers for subscribing, and Sharon Klassen Goslin, and Margaret and Kay over there on Facebook. I didn't see this myself. Our viewer PW360 claims that Barack Ravid said on CNN that Netanyahu was pushing Trump to strike Iran immediately alongside Israel. I didn't see that report myself. That's what PW360 says. If I hear anything more about that, I'll let you know. Thank you, PW360, for writing in. I'm looking at his X account. I don't see anything about it there. But if I see anything more, I'll let you know. All right, the Dow is currently down 2.5%. NASDAQ is down a little over 4%. The S&P 500 is down 3.29%. The Russell 2000 is down 3.67%. Maybe we can talk a little bit about bonds. I think we should do that. Hopefully soon, I would love to show you, when we started the broadcast, we showed you some of President Trump answering questions. He was answering some questions live in the White House after a cabinet meeting. Hopefully soon I'll have the video where I can play you showing the start of those questions, because I'd like to show you the first questions he answered. Hey, thanks to Fred Witherow for your support. I really appreciate it, Fred. This is right here. I'm going to put it up on the screen. This is the White House announcement from today. Modifying reciprocal tariff rates to reflect trading partner retaliation and alignment. Where is the part about the 145%? I don't know if it's I haven't. This is a whole document here in technical language, but the White House definitely said it's the total is 104. It's 145% because it's 125%. Yeah, so you can see here it talks about deleting 84% and inserting 125%. So in the first couple of months of the Trump administration, he had put 20% of tariffs on China. So what he just did is put 125 more percent. So if you add the 125 to the initial 80 to the initial 20, you get 145. There's also stuff in here about de minimis, I think. Yes, so this is also something interesting. President Trump has again increased the fees on packages being sent into the U.S. by Chinese companies like Shein and Temu. There had been this exception where these companies could send in packages to the U.S., I think worth $800, and they wouldn't face any kind of customs duties. But President Trump has removed that exception, and multiple times now he has raised the fees. So today that just got raised again. Increase a de minimis tariff increase, it says here. Increase the rate of duty from 90% to 120%. So I think it might be an either or thing where the package is coming in from places like Shein and Temu. I think it's like from China. Generally, it's something like that, but I'm not sure about technically. But this will apply to Shein and Temu packages coming from China worth less than $800, I believe it is. But now I think the idea is you'll have to pay either a tariff rate or a fee on each of those packages. But the tariff rate on those packages has now gone from 90% to 120%. And the fee here has gone from the fee from May 2nd to June 1st, which he originally said was going to be $25, is now $100. And the fee starting on June 1st per package has now gone up. Well, it was originally $75. That was his first raise. Then it went to $150. Now it's $200. So again, he raised those fees and tariffs on those packages coming in from places like Shein and Temu. Where is there? Cozy Karma thinks this will, sorry, I was trying to read that. Cozy Karma said something like this is going to reduce the consumption of goods, not good for the economy. Trey says we buy too much stuff anyway, it is absurd. Our viewer Super Rememmagister says, how do I get my mom to stop buying Temu every day? So this is an article from a week ago, a few days ago, but this is talking about that. But the fees are now even higher. But you can see here, Trump ends tax exemption for low-value Chinese imports. AP wrote. Just to give you a little background on this. President Trump is ending a little-known but widely used exemption that has allowed as many as 4 million low-value parcels, most of them originating in China, to arrive in the U.S. every day tax-free. The tax exemption, the de minimis. That article I was just pulling up was the one you just saw. Why Temu and Shein could give Western retailers a run for their money this holiday season. That was from December 1st, that article, that headline. Whereas this one is about the new order, Trump's new ending the tax exemption. You can see his executive order. He has issued an executive order that will eliminate the de minimis provision for goods from China and Hong Kong on May 2nd. Yeah, so a White House fact sheet, this is like a week ago, said small packages of Chinese products sent through the International Postal Network will be subject to a duty rate of either 30% of their value or $25 per item. That will increase to $50 per item on June 1st. Those numbers are now much higher. Now the duty rate is 120%, and the fee, I think, is $150 before June 1st and $200 after, if I'm remembering it right. By the way, 2% down. As you can see from the chart, NASDAQ, the Dow is down significantly more than that earlier today, as were the other major indexes. S&P 500 is down 2.73%. NASDAQ is down 3.5%. Russell 2000 down about 4%. Our viewer, Taravgawai guy, says, so sad that America got hooked on that cheap labor garbage anyway. Stargazer says, without cheap Chinese products, I would not have products I have now in need. Thanks, by the way, to Robin for your support. I appreciate it. Robin's dogs. Oh, I think my video, let me see if this video works. I hope it does. Give me 1 second here. I got to check if a video, I can actually leave this up here. Let's see if this video actually works. Give me one moment here. I'm pulling it up. Pulling up the video. Is this video going to have sound on it? I hope. I don't know. Same thing happened again. I got to get this fixed. I'm having this issue where I get these videos and they don't have sound on them. Same thing happened with this one. I got to look into that. That's not going to do us any good. With no sound. Give me one moment here. All right, sorry about that. I'll have to deal with that after. Give me one moment here. By the way, I guess we'll stay on until the end of the trading day. So there's 54 minutes left in trading today. Let's see what happens in the last hour of trading. The Dow is down a bit more than 2% right now. And worries about the China tariffs, especially. Let me show you something about that right now. Here, this is from the Washington Post. They wrote today, Trump eased one trade war, another may be just getting started. The U.S. and China have sharply raised tariffs on each other's imports over the last week, raising the prospect of a long and painful trade war between the world's two largest economies. Remember, there was no easing of China tariffs yesterday. They actually went up. By the way, our viewer, My Anchor, says, it's about time to kick this on. The can has been kicked down the road for too long. Have to deal with it now, pain now, gain later. The Post says, even as investors rallied to Trump's decision to pause reciprocal tariffs on imports from dozens of countries yesterday, President Trump raised tariffs on Chinese goods to 145%, an increase of nearly 50% in a day, and his fourth tariff action against Beijing since January. President Xi Jinping has not backed down either, retaliating by raising China's tariffs on U.S.-made goods to 84% and imposing new curbs on critical resources. Trump yesterday said the rate on China would be 125%, but a White House official today said the actual rate would be 145%. That's been widely reported too. The intensifying financial hostilities represent a potentially significant threat to the U.S. and global economies, regardless of the delay in higher tariffs for other trading partners. Government officials in Beijing and Washington have for years girded for a major clash between the two superpowers, and some economists say further escalation could do perhaps as much to push the U.S. into a recession as Trump's initial tariff proposal would have done, as we watch the Dow now down over 2.5%. The Post says Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said yesterday morning everything is on the table to respond to China. and lawmakers in Congress have begun pushing measures designed to increase financial pressure on Beijing. The two nations have become increasingly interlinked over the past several decades, with Americans dependent on cheap consumer imports and Chinese exporters reliant on the vast U.S. market. The trade ties include iPhones made in China, soybeans grown in the U.S., and financial instruments that form the bedrock of the U.S. financial system. The consequences of an all-out trade war would be global. Combined, the two countries account for more than 40% of the world economy. Wow. China accounts for about 14% of U.S. imports, and the tariffs on Chinese goods are now so high that overall U.S. tariff rates rose slightly Wednesday, even though Trump simultaneously lowered duties on many other countries. How about that? This expert with the Atlantic Council says, everyone is breathing a sigh of relief today, but if we had started with just 100... But this is what I've been saying. He said, everyone has been breathing a sigh of relief today, but if we had just started with 100+% tariffs with the world's two largest economies, we'd be saying we're in a global trade war with the likes of which we haven't seen in decades, he said. If these tariffs were to stay on at this level, the recession risks are still high, in part because there's so much uncertainty. I've been saying that if Trump just started by putting 10% tariffs on all these different countries and 145% tariffs on China, that'd be a huge story and there'd be a lot of concern about it. I'll read some more of this. I want to take some more comments, though. One of our viewers said, Overton window shifting. That's like what's acceptable topic of discussion, right? Wikipedia says, the Overton window is the range of subjects and arguments politically acceptable to the mainstream population at a given time. I don't know if that's exactly the right use of it the way it was used, but I see what you're saying. Zonti Misfit thinks it's hype over the U.S.-China trade war. Thanks to PZ Papa Zulu. I appreciated PZ Papa Zulu. Also, thanks to you all for tuning in. Acadia Nigeria Zana thinks China will go after Taiwan to hurt the U.S. Douthis points out we still have potential tariffs on pharma and the existing tariffs on other industries. Yes, there are still new U.S. 2 tariffs that President Trump has put into place on industries like steel and aluminum, I believe. And President Trump has said that he is going to put significant new tariffs on pharmaceuticals and potentially other industries. Right now, I believe, 25% tariffs on steel, aluminum, and remember, imported auto tariffs as well. Those are still in place. Let me show you a bit more about this, about the trade war, potential trade war with China from the Washington Post. Meanwhile, keep an eye on the Dow. In the last hour of trading, it's down 2.56%. Currently, S&P 500 down 3.4%. NASDAQ is down 4.29%. Russell 2000 down 4.2%. I was reading you this article from the Washington Post about the possible trade war between U.S. and China. Jason Furman, a Harvard University economist, said Trump's tariffs are now higher and more inflationary than they were when the president unveiled major trade measures on April 2nd. There are indications that de-escalation remains possible. On Wednesday, Trump appeared to express sympathy for the Chinese position, saying that Xi wanted to reach an agreement, but that Beijing was not sure how to do so. The president said he was optimistic further escalation would not prove necessary and called Xi a friend of mine who understood how to reach a deal. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it, Trump told reporters. They don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. Later in the day, he said he did not think higher tariffs on China would be necessary. I don't think we'll have to do it more. Beijing had not retaliated by this afternoon local time. Actually, this afternoon U.S. time. A spokesman for the China's Foreign Affairs Ministry said, "We will not sit and watch the destruction of international trade rules. If the U.S. insists on launching a tariff or trade war, China will fight to the end." Other experts warn it is possible both leaders will be unable to soothe the tensions inflamed by a rapid set of new trade barriers. And many officials influential with the Trump administration are pushing measures that could deepen rather than calm economic hostilities. Economists and policymakers in both parties have long accused China of unfair trade practices, such as stealing U.S. intellectual property and undercutting labor and environmental standards. Okay, skipping down here a little bit. Top Trump advisors have said they believe China is in a much more vulnerable position than the U.S. That has suggested their willingness to push even greater punitive measures, perhaps beyond import duties. We might end up with an escalation that goes beyond tariffs, said Eswar Prasad of Cornell University. As of today, many of the scenarios considered completely unrealistic are looking more likely. Beijing also has tools for further retaliation. China could move faster to shed its large U.S. Treasury bond holdings, which would drive up the price of issuing debt and disrupt the bond market. China could use to target the U.S. housing market by selling hundreds of billions in mortgage-backed securities, which could push rates up. Other options include restricting pharmaceutical exports, semiconductor chips, critical minerals, and other resources essential to the U.S. economy. This expert, Adam Posen, said China can create shortages of things we really need and can't switch away from anytime soon. He also said China could cut off tourism to U.S. cities. Essentially, he said, China does not have to engage in the tariffs game with Trump. They can deprive us of things we need directly, either for households or for our everyday lives. China cannot back down in the face of what amounts to an attack on Chinese manufacturing, said Wang Yue, a scholar in Beijing. When no common ground exists between the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and Make America Great Again, decoupling becomes the underlying reality and tensions will only escalate, he said. I'll just finish this here. Yet Trump may not be seeking more confrontation. Hawkish voices in the administration believe China is weak and the U.S. should take advantage of this opportunity to increase financial pressure, said a scholar on China, Michael Pillsbury. But Pillsbury said Trump's comments suggest a desire to bring down the temperature. The super hawks are saying China is down now. We really have to finish this off. I oppose that approach, Pillsbury said. Trump is right. He believes the Chinese don't know exactly how to get out of this situation. We need to find a back-channel way to help them see what they should do next. So, again, a lot of uncertainty as to where this whole early tariff war, potential tariff war, is it officially a tariff war yet? I don't know, with China is going. But right now we have 145% tariffs from the U.S. on China as of today, 85% tariffs from China on U.S. goods coming into China as of today. Also, I mentioned to you, China said it's going to reduce the number of U.S. movies going into China. That news came out today. So where is this all going? That's a big worry, reportedly driving down stocks today. Will thinks this will hurt the U.S. more than China. Deborah Hennessy says the bond markets are a mess. They did recover a bit in the last day or so. Deborah thinks the world doesn't want Treasury bonds anymore. Well, maybe not as much. I mean, the rates have gone up. The prices of the bonds have gone down. That's something to keep an eye on, definitely. Nikolai says, will U.S.-made drugs be as cheaply available as India or in China, or will they charge 500 times the price? Our viewer, I think it's Nub Bud, says China is weak, they say, driving cars with 80% of their parts made in China. Kaylee N says China owns many things in the U.S. Hey, thanks to Boomer Wow. Boomer Wow says China can deprive us is exactly why we need to do this, even if it temporarily hurts. Thanks, New Next Wow, for your support. Thank you, Mr. Hammond, for being a member. Who says, might as well ban all trade, with China, I believe he means, if this tariff number keeps rising. Cozy Karma says, a tariff pissing contest. Matt, is it Kier Bihal? Says maybe a signal chat would be a good back channel. About 39 minutes left in the trading day. So we'll see where the trading day goes. Give me one moment here. One moment. I'm going to try to pull something up for you. I would like to play you the first part of Trump taking questions today at his cabinet meeting. I was trying to download the video. I was having an issue with that. I'm going to have to look into that after. But maybe I can pull up the video here. I'll give it a moment. One of our viewers thinks the world will turn to Bitcoin. Speaking of which, Bitcoin is currently at 79,494. It is down 3.56% in the last 24 hours. Our viewer Stephen Ward thinks gouging is ahead. Oh, we have an explainer about the Treasury market with the bonds. Maybe we should check that out. keep an eye on the Dow. So it's kind of confusing, this bonds thing. It's very technical, but some think that a big reason that President Trump pulled back on some of his tariffs was because of that U.S. prices of U.S. government bonds were going down and the yields were going up. People were selling these bonds. So we can talk a little bit about that. I wanted to talk about that. If I put this like this and then this like this, there we go. What just happened in the U.S. Treasury market, says Reuters? President Trump's decision to pause the hefty duties he had said he would impose on dozens of countries 1 week ago followed turmoil in the financial markets that included an acute sell-off in the $29 trillion Treasury market. Trump said on Wednesday the bond market had recovered well after investors became queasy about it in reaction to his tariff announcements. The bond market now is beautiful, he told reporters. The sell-off is the latest sign of the power of government bond markets to act as a restraint on policymakers, while talk of a return of so-called bond vigilantes has risen in recent years. What happened in bond markets this week, says Reuters? In short, the U.S. Treasury market, a central pillar of the global financial system, came under heavy selling pressure, sending 10-year borrowing costs surging. So a bond is where the U.S. borrows money. You buy a bond from the U.S. government. They borrow your money, and they agree to pay it back to you in a certain amount of time with a certain amount of interest on top of the original loan. So if you buy a Treasury bond, you're loaning money to the U.S. government. At one point, 10-year bond yields were set for their biggest weekly jump in more than a decade. When the bond prices go down, which happens when bonds are being sold off, the yield goes up. So when you see bond yield go up, you should think people are selling bonds. At one point, 10-year bond yields were set for their biggest weekly jump in more than a decade. Bond yields move inversely to the price. Trading at 4.27% on Thursday, those yields are comfortably below. Well, actually, right now, according to the number I just saw for the 10-year bond is 4.40%. This might be an older article. I'm looking right now, and I'm seeing 10-year bonds at 4.406%. Yes, so today, just in the past day, I'm looking at it right now, just in the past 15 hours or so, the 10-year bond yields have actually gone up. Because I'm looking at a chart right now. They were at 4.27% about 15 hours ago, and now they're at 4.405%. So when this article was written, they were at 4.27%. They're now at 4.4%. They're going up again. The peak on Wednesday was 4.51%. The high they hit was 5% in late 2023 and the double-digit levels in the 1980s. Why do we care about this? Because the Treasury market is crucial to financial market stability at home and abroad. A government can raise revenue to fund spending through income such as tax receipts, or they can borrow money on the bond markets. If the prices of bonds go down and the bond yields go up, then basically the U.S. has to pay more interest to borrow money. The cost of the U.S. borrowing money goes up. Not only does the U.S. face higher borrowing costs if there's a bond sell-off, but those increases filter across to mortgage rates and corporate loans, spreading the economic damage. So if people start selling U.S. bonds and therefore the rates go up, it costs the U.S. government more to borrow money, mortgage rates will go up, which could impact the housing market. Borrowing rate will be more costly for companies as well. Okay? The 30-year mortgage rate is, for instance, is benchmarked to 10-year treasuries. So if those yields go up, the mortgage rates go up. Okay, that's interesting. The speed and scale of the sell-offs in treasuries just in the last couple days meant signs of dislocation emerged as hedge funds unwound some debt-fueled bets. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not an expert on this. I'm trying to give you some background on it here. The scale of the sell-off, which culminated Wednesday in the U.S. bond market, highlighting vulnerabilities in a key market, also drew parallels with Britain's 2022 mini-budget crisis that sparked a UK bond rout. Did hedge funds cause the selling on Wednesday? One explanation for the sharp sell-off in U.S. Treasuries on Wednesday was a rapid unwinding of so-called basis trades was exacerbating the selling. Basis trades, typically the domain of macro hedge funds, rely on selling futures contracts or paying swaps and buying cash treasuries with borrowed money with a view to exploiting slight price differences. This is where it starts making no sense to me. Anyway, so it's thought that maybe hedge funds were selling bonds on Wednesday. Also, there was some concern that China could offload U.S. Treasuries, something that would take time to show up in official numbers. China is the second biggest holder of U.S. government debt after Japan. Also, at the bottom here, it says, where do bond vigilantes come in? The term bond vigilantes, coined in the 1980s, refers to debt investors who seek to impose fiscal discipline on governments they perceive as profligate, as wasteful, by raising their borrowing costs. The term is also being used to describe the bond market sell-off as a sign of investors expressing concern about the consequences of erratic policymaking. The bond vigilantes have struck again, Yardeni Research said in a note. Anyways, I know it's complex and technical, but it does seem like it's super important. So keep an eye on the bond market. It's not good for the U.S. economy if the U.S. 10-year treasuries, keep an eye on that one. If those treasury rates rise, that's not good. That means those bonds are being sold. That means that it costs more money for the U.S. to borrow money. That means mortgage rates will go up. It'll be more costly for companies to borrow money. So it was very worrying to see, for the U.S. economy, to see those bond rates go up a bunch on Wednesday. They shot up to, I think, over 4.5%. Then they came down, but just today, they just went up again. They're still going up. But I'm looking right now. The current 10-year yield is 4.407%. And that's up from earlier today, about 15 hours ago, it was 4.27%. So Treasury bond prices are still going up, which means Treasury bond interest rates are still going up, which means the prices of the bonds are going down, which means they're being sold. So this is something to keep an eye on. I know it's technical, but it's important, so I wanted to talk about it. All right, let me get sorry to get a bit technical here, but I do think it's important and interesting. All right, so let me do this. We have about 27 minutes left in the trading day. Hey, what's going to happen at the end of the trading day? The Dow is starting to go down a bit more. Let me actually fix this so you can see the whole chart for the day. There it is. There's your day-long chart. So it was off more today, but it is now down the Dow right now 2.75%. Meanwhile, S&P 500 down 3.5%, NASDAQ down about 4.25%, Russell 2000 down about 4.25%. The headline on the Wall Street Journal right now is "Stocks Slide as China Trade War Sinks In." Again, White House announcing the tariff on China today has risen to 145%. Oh, I just saw something. Hold on a moment here. Yeah, Joe Wiesenthal, who does a podcast for Bloomberg, just mentioned the bond yields going up today. I'm seeing a video, some sort of helicopter crashed into the Hudson River of New York, supposedly. Yes. One alert page says report of a helicopter down in the Hudson River. On-scene report of possibly one person still trapped. And then Factual News posted a video, which I don't have the rights to, of a helicopter. Let me look at this for a second, of a helicopter in the Hudson River. It's like maybe it's upside down. I'll post a link to that post, and you can look at it if you want. So I'll let you know more when I see. I'm looking for more information on that. I just posted a link to the Factual News post. But I'm keeping an eye on that as well. Joe Wiesenthal, again, who does a Bloomberg podcast, he just posted saying, after yesterday's pause, I was like, okay, back from the edge, but I'm still worried about recession dynamics taking hold. I did not think 24 hours later we'd be back to staring at this chart of long-term Treasury bond yields. So that's worth keeping an eye on. Okay, are we seeing maybe a bit of a sell-off at the end of the trading day here? 23 minutes left in the trading day, and now the Dow is down 3%. And S&P 500 is down almost 4%. NASDAQ is down 4.7%. Sino says power hour. Let's see what happens here. By the way, Eyewitness News 7 New York says the NYPD said is responding to a helicopter in the Hudson River. There is no word yet on any injuries. Few other details were known. As soon as I hear anything more about the helicopter in the Hudson River, I'll let you know. Oh, I think I can show you Trump answering questions. I think, maybe. I don't know if I can. No, it's like just a pain to use this here. I'll take care of that after the stream. Try to fix that issue. Hang on a moment here. We have right now 21 minutes till the end of the trading day. We have seen a bit of a drop in recent minutes in the Dow. The NYPD says, due to a helicopter crash in the Hudson River in the vicinity of the West Side Highway and Spring Street, Expect emergency vehicles and traffic delays in the surrounding areas. That is a new report from the NYPD. I don't have other information yet about that helicopter crash in the Hudson River. Okay, we're seeing the Dow fall even more. I assume other indexes are as well. But the Dow is now down 3.17%, S&P 500 down 4.05%, NASDAQ down 4.82%. Strong One says brutal. Thank you to Cruella, our member. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Babs, for the gift membership. Thank you so much, Babs. Thanks also to Channeling Gary for your support. Channeling Gary thinks Trump doesn't know what he's doing. Thanks, Batman, for being a member, who brought up the idea of insider trading. You know, look, we talked about this yesterday. President Trump posted several hours before the announcement of the tariff pause yesterday. He posted, what did he say? Great time to buy. I'll have to just check out the exact post here. So some have questioned whether some people made money on insider trading yesterday. That I cannot say. The post yesterday was, he said, this is a great time to buy DJT, about a few hours before the pause announcement. All right, the Dow continues to drop. Looks like we're seeing some late selling here. It has not reached its low for the day, as you can see on the chart in front of you on the top there. But it had gotten down to less than 2% down. Now it is down 3.3%. NASDAQ is down 5.17%. S&P 500 down 4.3%. Did I thank Jim Eaton yet for your support? Thanks, Jim Eaton. Also, thanks, Alia Winsong, for subscribing. Thanks, Alia. I think I thanked Moonshadows and Fizzy Mint, but thank you. Moonshadow X and Fizzy Mint, thanks for your support on Twitch. All right, Dow continues to drop 3.4%. We have 18 minutes left in the trading day. Stocks continue to go down at the end of the day today. S&P 500 down 4.4%. NASDAQ off 5.3%. No says sell, sell, sell it. Old Cat Lady thinks it's a great time to buy. Notura G What Guy says, can it dip some more before I buy? Lewis L says, power hour sell off. It's down over 3.6% now. Now it's down over 3.5%. Charles Gasparino with Fox Business News says, sources, Trump administration is moving toward a possible delisting of Chinese public company shares on U.S. exchanges. I don't know how many public companies, Chinese public company shares, how many Chinese public companies trade on U.S. exchanges. That's what I'd want to know. Let me look that up. Let me see if I can get an answer. I'm looking online and I'm seeing a report that almost 300 Chinese companies are listed on U.S. exchanges. Oh, I have one right here, a report about this. Chinese companies listed on major U.S. stock exchanges. I have a table of it. I think I do. Alibaba is, for example, there's a lot of them. This is a government document here. Let me really quickly show you this. This is a government document from uscc.gov. Chinese companies listed on U.S. exchanges as of March 7th. So, Baidu, Alibaba. There's a lot of them. I'm just going down here. Page after page of them. About 300 of them. 280 or so. So anyways, that's an interesting report from Charles Gasparino. He says, again, Charles Gasparino of Fox Business News says, sources, Trump administration is moving toward a possible delisting of Chinese public company shares on U.S. exchanges. Thank you, Subtle Spire, for your support. All right, we have 13 minutes left in the trading day. Yes, I don't have more information on the helicopter crash in the Hudson River. We've talked about it. I don't have any more information about it. I don't know how many people were on it. I hope they're okay. I don't know more than that. CBS News says multiple boats have gathered in the area, which is not far from the Water's Soul sculpture. I don't know if, by the way, let me look at something here. Some people are listening to it, NYPD scanner, NY Fire Department scanner. So I'll put that on. I don't know if anything's, I'll put it on my phone. See if anything comes up. It's pretty quiet right now on the scanner. I'll let you know if I get updates. We have 12 minutes left in the trading day. Oh, hold on. Firejack sent another video that was posted about this. I'll post a link in the chat. I'm posting a link to the video in the chat for you. NBC News said the helicopter crashed near Pier 40, which is a very active multi-use facility along the Hudson River. It's at near West Street and Houston Street. I don't have any live video of it or anything, but I will keep you updated. All right, we are bringing you the latest on, stocks have trimmed their loss a bit. Stocks were down more earlier today, but significant stock decline, price decline today. Multiple U.S. indexes as tariff concerns continue, in particular, the Trump administration announcing that there's now a 145% tariff on all goods coming to the U.S. from China. That is new today, 145% tariff. Dow is down about 3% right now. S&P 500 down roughly 4.5%. That's probably old. But 4%? Let me check. S&P 500 down 3.86%. NASDAQ down 4.68%. Russell 2000 down about 4.5%. We have about 9 minutes left in the trading day. Maybe we can show you the closing bell. Thanks, Red Squirrel 82, for your support. Yeah, I can't steal helicopter footage. Again, I'll let you know more when I know more. I know, there's a lot of helicopters that fly in that area. There's tour helicopters. I'm guessing there's commuter helicopters. I don't know the nature of the one that crashed. Hang on one second here. Give me a moment, I'm looking at something. Oh, did the FDNY say something about this? I'm seeing a report, maybe the Fire Department of New York said something about it. Let's see, hold on. Dow didn't keep going down at the end of the day. We have about 5 minutes in the trading day left. I'm guessing we'll have a shot of the closing bell. Trying to get you a little more update on the helicopter crash in New York in the Hudson River. Not much more there. Oh, you know what I can do? Yeah, just to let you guys know, ABC New York has some live video. You can go to their website, ABC New York. I can't steal their video. Oh, sources say there are fatalities. ABC New York, ABC 7 says sources say there are fatalities. Okay, alert page. Okay, update. Alert page says one alert page who I follow, who monitors scanner traffic, says EMS reporting one DOA in helicopter crash, 4 people possibly still trapped in the helicopter wreckage in the Hudson River. Again, according to alert page, they say EMS is saying 1 person dead, 4 people still possibly trapped in the helicopter wreckage in the Hudson River. I do not have any video of that available. At the moment. Hang on one moment here. Sorry, I've been a little distracted. There's about 2 minutes left in the trading day. I was a little distracted because I was trying to get updates about the helicopter crash for you guys. Oopsie. So bear with me as you can watch the stocks, as I keep trying to get you updates here. Again, as I mentioned, ABC News, ABC 7 New York, on their website has a live shot there. Hang on one moment here. We might be getting an update. We might be getting a helicopter video. We might be. If I have it, I'll put it on the air. I just don't have it right now. I don't have anything for you. I can only show you what I have the rights to. Meanwhile, I think we might see the closing bell in about a minute. Oh, Flight Radar 24 mentioned the helicopter crash too. Maybe I should, I could like change the title of the broadcast, and we could switch over to covering that. If I can just change the, yeah, I might just change the title of the broadcast and switch over to covering that. But what I need to do is just change the graphic, the thumbnail. So if you guys give me 1 second here. Here's the closing bell. The closing bell's happening. I'll let you watch the closing bell while I adjust the screenshot here. All right, there you go. There's the Dow down 2.5%. I'm changing the topic. If you give me a second, I want to change the coverage and switch over to helicopter coverage. So I just need 2 seconds here to do that. So please bear with me while I get that done for you. I need about a minute to do this. One moment here. Thanks, guys, for your patience. Where is this? Sorry, it's just taking me a second to do all this. I have the thumbnail. Now let me change the title. I have the thumbnail done. All right, here's what we're going to do. We are going to transition to coverage of the helicopter crash. We're doing that right now. I am going to change the title of the broadcast where I can. I'm going to change the graphic over my shoulder right now. Okay. Helicopter crashes in Hudson River in NYC. Okay. Give me a moment. It takes a second to make this fix. Let me change this. Helicopter crashes in Hudson River in NYC. Live breaking news coverage. Okay, I am changing the title right now and the description right now. Thank you for your patience, everyone. That is now changed there. And let me just change it one other place. Rather than start a whole new stream, since you're here, we're just going to keep the coverage going. ABC News 7 says 4 people on board have been pulled from the water, conditions unknown. Okay? Can I adjust the Facebook title? That's the last thing I got to do. We might not be able to adjust the title on Facebook. Facebook, I'm just going to leave it up right now. Leave the stream up. So the title's going to be different, but I'm going to just leave it up for now. Okay, so let me see if I have anything I can put on the screen for you right now. Thanks for bearing with me. Yes, no? No, I don't have unrestricted footage yet. It's possible I'll get it, but I don't have any unrestricted footage yet. Let me see. Here. Ooh, hold on. That I can't show. Here. You'll see it in a second. You'll see it in a second. Helicopter crashes in Hudson River, New York police say. All right, give me a second here. Flight Radar 24 posted about this too. I just got a post on our social media about this as well. So, sorry for the confusion, but it takes a second when I switch the coverage to do everything to switch the coverage over. The last thing I need to do is just post it on our social media so people know that we are actually covering this. Give me one moment here. Everything is slow. Is X working? Is X having an issue now? Anybody else having an issue with X right now? I was going to post on our X. Is anyone having an issue with X? It's slow, but it's working. Okay. We have switched the stream over to covering the helicopter crash in the Hudson River. Okay, now, this is very little information here. A helicopter crashed in the Hudson River near Manhattan on Tuesday afternoon. The New York City Police Department said on social media. ABC News said fatalities have been reported, says Reuters, citing law enforcement sources. The FAA did not immediately comment. And do we have... Let me turn the scanner on, even though I don't know how much we're going to hear on the scanner. Let me just turn it on for you. Hold on, I got to sign in here. I'm not signed in, so I can't turn the scanner on yet. Give me one moment and I will get the scanner up for you. I am still in Lima, Peru, so sometimes these things take an extra second or so. Give me one moment here. I'm going to sign in a second. We'll get the scanner up. I have one scanner on. And I should put on the screen something about that. even though no, we're not hearing anything on the scanner. Let me check a couple things here. Give me a moment. BNO News Live said WCBS said there were at least 2 adults and 3 children on board. That's what BNO said, CBS News said. So I got to check that out. Here is what Flight Radar 24 said. We're following reports of, why is that all messed up? Let me fix this for you. There we go. We're following reports of a helicopter crash in the Hudson River between New York and New Jersey, at this time based on ADS-B data and the location of the search and rescue activity. We believe the aircraft involved to be the N216MH, a Bell 206L 4 Long Ranger IV. Okay? And you can see here, I'm pulling it up from Flight Radar 24. That's the helicopter, Flight Radar 24, and it's loading the flight history. I want to show you the flight history. It's taking a second. Give me a second. When I have that loaded, I will show it to you. And one other moment here. Oh, I saw some new pictures. New pictures I have for you. Hold on a moment here. Of it upside down. I'm going to post a link to it in the chat. I just posted a link of a couple pictures posted by Tony Aiello of the upside down helicopter in the water. Okay, there is the path from Flight Radar 24 of the helicopter. Hold on a second, just to show you, we're talking about this helicopter right here. This is, sorry, you can't see it. I want to move this. No, I didn't want to move that. Put that up there for now. It is helicopter N216MH. And I guess, where did it take off from? Yes. So it took off from down there. You can see it's flying, flying, flying. Went, I don't know if it was a sightseeing tour. It went up the river. It turned around. And then it came back down. And then it crashed. This is from Flight Radar 24. Again, I'm just showing you here. It takes off. It goes up the river, one side, comes back down the river, and then it crashed. Crown Royal says, sounds like a family on tour. I don't know, but we did hear that report from CBS News about it. Let me just make sure I don't have any kind of video I can put on for you. Yeah, I don't have any live video I can show you at the moment that I have permission to show you, that I have the rights to. Okay, at least 5 people were on board, including 2 adults and 3 children, says CBS News New York. 1 person is dead. At least 2 people were pulled from the water, but no word on their condition. So again, at least 5 people were on board, including 2 adults and 3 children. 1 person is dead. Unclear about the others. Two people, at least two, were pulled from the water, but no word on their condition. Now, NBC News said 4 people were on board. Breaking news, report that 3 of the 5 are dead. Janice Yu with ABC7 New York, Janice Yu reports, law enforcement tells Eyewitness News that there are 5 victims, adults and kids, and 3 of the 5 are dead. Just saw that right now. That is Janice Yu from Eyewitness News New York reporting that 3 of the 5 are dead. There are 5 victims, adults and kids. 3 of the 5 are dead. AP says videos posted on social media showed the aircraft mostly submerged upside down in the water. The rescue craft were at a site close to the Manhattan waterfront, near the end of a long maintenance pier for one of the ventilation towers for the Holland Tunnel. Fire trucks and other emergency vehicles were on streets near the scene with their lights flashing. The skies over Manhattan are routinely filled with both planes and helicopters, both private recreational aircraft and commercial and tourist flights. Manhattan has several helipads that whisk business executives and others to destinations throughout the metropolitan area. Over the years, there have been multiple crashes, says AP, including a collision between a plane and a tourist helicopter over the Hudson River in 2009 that killed 9 people, and the 2018 crash of a charter helicopter offering open-door flights that went down in the East River, killing 5 people. ABC News' Janet Yu is reporting, ABC News New York Janet Yu is reporting at least 3 of the 5 people on board have been killed. Oh, I'm seeing some videos of the crash? Wow. I just saw a video supposedly showing the crash. I don't have the rights to it. I'm going to post a link in the chat for you. I just posted a link in the chat. But I just saw a video which appears to be of this, posted by Breaking. Hold on a second here. Wow. It's posted by Breaking Aviation News and Videos that just shows the thing falling out of the sky into the water. Originally posted by, the post says Bruce Wall. So I just posted it in the chat for you guys. And you see pieces of the helicopter in the sky. It looks like the helicopter came apart in the sky somehow or hit something. But then you see the main part of it falling where there's debris surrounding it in the sky. I will post that link again in the chat from Breaking Aviation News and Videos. I saw a report that somebody named Bruce Wall took the video. I can't confirm that. I don't have the rights to the video. So one of our viewers said the whole tail is off. But that's really bad. Okay, ABC News says at least 3 people have been confirmed dead after a helicopter crashed in the Hudson River. Law enforcement source tells ABC News at least 5 people, including children, were on board. The police radio. I have I have the fire department radio on. I have it. Is there a different scanner? The scanner everyone was listening to is the FDNY scanner. I have it on. I've heard literally nothing from it. The police do not have a. I believe NYPD police. That's it right there. I think NYPD scanners are maybe not public, but I am not seeing one that anyone is listening to. Not a gray says NYPD is encrypted. Oh, I have a. Sorry, there's a typo here. I'm sorry. How about the Jersey City fire? I mean, lots of people are listening to this one, but we basically haven't heard anything on this scanner. I can put the Jersey City fire one on too to see if they're seeing anything. Scanner from broadcastify.com. Give me one moment, please. I have video for you. I have some video from the scene, not of the helicopter. Emergency workers at Pier 1. Let me get the video up on the screen for you. Just give me a moment, please. I will put the video on the screen. Give me a moment. Thanks for your patience.
Charlie 5, you get all our equipment.
Here is the video right now.
Charlie 5, yeah, I got it all.
Is there a volume? I don't think there's volume on the video, but let me just put this, move this down. Why is that getting all weird? What is this? This is live video in New York City. Emergency workers at Pier 1 after helicopter crashes into Hudson River. Let me just actually put a little thing on the screen about this. Oops, why is that like this? What just happened there? Obviously, that's not supposed to be upside down. So I sort of somehow did something here. What happened with this? There we go. Crazy. Why did it do that? All right, I have to deal with this after. We got volume now. All right, hang on a moment. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Hold on, I think that 6 people have died. I'm going to turn the scanners off. The scanners I'm turning off. The scanners are not helping us right now. There's nothing on the scanners. AP is reporting 6 people have died. Mike Balsamo with AP says 6 people have died in a helicopter crash in the Hudson River, an AP source says. So AP is reporting that 6 people have died. I believe this is a video of the scene. Give me a moment here. Yes, this is in New York City. This is a video of the scene. Let me actually move it up a bit for you. Can I move it up a bit for you? There we go. Okay, you're looking at a video of the Hudson River. I'm not seeing the crash, but again, AP is reporting that 6 people have died in this crash. Earlier, we heard 2 adults and 3 children on board. Maybe the pilot was an addition. I don't know, but let me update the headline here. This was a helicopter that, according to Flight Radar 24, went up and down the Hudson River. And then after doing that, it crashed near New York City into the Hudson River. We're now hearing AP report that 6 people are reported dead. Not good. Not good at all. Condolences to their families. Breaking news from Janice Yu of Eyewitness News. A pilot, 2 adults, and 3 children were on board. Law enforcement sources tell Eyewitness News the family was tourists from Spain. Again, Janice Yu of Eyewitness News New York reports that law enforcement sources tell Eyewitness News there were 6 people on board, a pilot and a family from Spain, a family of tourists. 2 adults and 3 children. AP has reported that 6 people died. I'm going to post the link to a video of the crash. I do not have the rights to the video, so I cannot show it. But you do see the helicopter just falling out of the sky. I don't even know if the tail or propellers are on it when it falls out, and debris in the air. So it looks like something catastrophic happened to it in the air. I don't know what, but if you watch the video, it looks like just pieces have come off of it in the air and it's falling out of the sky. This video does not have volume. Right? Oh, hold on. Okay. We got volume. We got volume.
I mean, that's the very.
Again, NBC News New York, sorry, ABC News New York, Janice Yu said they're hearing this is a family of tourists from Spain, 2 adults, 3 children, and a pilot was on board. One of our viewers says drone collision. Jake's online. I do not know. Did something collide with it? I am not an aviation expert, but it did appear from video that something catastrophic happened to it.
Give me a minute, y'all. Give me a minute. Let's go. Let's go.
Did it hit something?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Give me one moment. Oh, let me pull something up here for you. Let me pull something up on the screen. Put something up on the screen.
All right, how you doing? That in your way?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to turn that down.
AP reports 6 people have died. ABC News New York reports 6 people were on board. A pilot and a family of tourists from Spain that included 2 adults and 3 children. The cause of the clash is unclear. Now, can I get this on the screen for you? There it is right there. Okay. Sorry, I'll stop that. The breaking news graphic shouldn't keep going. I'll fix that. The FAA has released a statement. The FAA statement says a Bell 206 helicopter crashed and is submerged in the Hudson River in New York City. The number of people on board is unknown at this time. The NTSB and the FAA will investigate. The NTSB will lead the investigation and provide any updates. Let me get an update from AP on this. Yes, AP says 6 people have died. Let me read what they're saying. 6 people have died in a helicopter crash in the Hudson River in New York City, an Associated Press source says. The fire department said it received a report of a helicopter in the water at 3:17 p.m. Videos posted on social media showed the helicopter mostly submerged upside down in the water. The rescue craft were seen close to the Manhattan waterfront near the end of a long maintenance pier for one of the ventilation towers for the Holland Tunnel. I have heard nothing about a second helicopter. But there is video which shows it just falling out of the sky with debris in the air. So something, it looks like something catastrophic happened to it. Oh, I have a breaking news update. Janice Yu of AP says 6 are dead. Janice Yu says of Eyewitness of ABC News New York says 5 people are dead. Officials say they are looking for 1 more person. So AP says 6 dead, whereas ABC News New York says 5 people are dead. Officials now say they are looking for 1 more person. I mean, looking for the person is also probably not a good sign at this point. Monica Harrian says, WABC just showed the helicopter falling and pieces flying off. Tragic. Let me check something here.
Are they bringing anybody close to New York State hospitals, or are they going to Treasury? Wouldn't that be more? Because they're all together. So what would be the NYPD station?
What caused this to happen? What would cause a helicopter to catastrophically break up in the air? Reuters says the accident took place in the river off the Tribeca neighborhood of Lower Manhattan. You are looking at video from Reuters on the screen right now. One moment, please. So again, AP is reporting 6 people are dead. ABC News New York is reporting 5 dead, 1 missing. ABC News New York says a family of 5 tourists were on board, 2 adults and 3 children from Spain, and a pilot was on board. Flight Radar 24 shows that the helicopter took off from looks like New York City, near the lower part of Manhattan, and then went up the river a ways, and then turned around and went down the river, and then when it got back down towards the bottom of Manhattan, it crashed. So again, the footage, the tracking from Flight Radar 24 shows that it sounds like maybe this was a tourist helicopter, because it's a family of tourists and it went up and down the river. According to the FAA, the registered owner is Meridian Helicopters. Again, I don't know. I see a helicopter company called Meridian Helicopters online. I don't know if this was a helicopter that a tour company used or something. I just don't know yet. Let me check some other updates for you guys here. Thanks for your patience. Now, hold on. Something appeared to cause it to catastrophically break up in midair. The New York Daily News is also reporting that one pilot, two other adults, and 3 children were on board. This happened a little after 3:15 p.m. local time. Daily News says this happened closer to the New Jersey side of the river. Early reports, well, Anissa. I'm going to say between New York City and New Jersey. Some of the reports said it was closer to New York City, but I don't know the exact site myself. Maybe you guys have watched an overhead shot or something and saw it. Momo says it's on the New Jersey side, it looks like. Yeah, I haven't been focusing on the overhead shot. I should look here. I don't have one I can show you an overhead shot. If I get an overhead shot I'm allowed to show you, I'll show it to you. Where is that? Pull up Google Maps here. I'm looking at an overhead shot of where the wreckage right now, but I don't know if that's the wreckage or if it's just vehicles. You're seeing a shot of a police vehicle. That's where it is. Is that it? I'm looking. I'm trying to geolocate where. Yes. So I am looking at an overhead shot, which I don't have the rights to, which shows a lot of vehicles on the New Jersey side of the river, opposite like Hudson River Park.
Yeah.
So
consistently, he's the stand-up guy for.
Really quick, I'm going to show you here. This is Google Maps there, and that's the south of Manhattan here, right there. That's southern Manhattan. and that's the New Jersey side. This is like upside down. You're looking, south is here, north is to the right. So there's Southern Manhattan Financial District, there's Jersey. And I'm looking, if you look, there's an overhead shot floating around right here. I can see this I see a lot of, this is on the New Jersey side here. And I can certainly see an overhead shot with a lot of rescue vehicles right near this building right here. Because I just looked it up. And that's near Jersey City. That's Jersey City right there. So the river is in between New Jersey here, Manhattan here. And it looks like, if that's where it is, a lot of vehicles right near that building there. Again, I don't have that shot for you. If I get an overhead shot that I have the rights to, I'll bring it to you. Here is Pier 40, Hudson River, that's New York side. Jason, our viewer, says right on the line of the tunnel. Oh, is that a ventilation thing for the tunnel right there? Is that what that is? Because I think one of the AP article had said that rescue craft. Well, no, they didn't talk about that place. Anyways, is this it? I'm going to post a link again to that video that just shows it dropping out of the sky and debris in the sky. I'm just posting the link again in the chat for you guys. I just posted the link again in the chat, and it's really disturbing video. The thing just drops out of the sky with pieces of it in the sky. Yes, I can also, there's a different video which shows it crashing. It's right near that building I just showed you, so clearly on the New Jersey side, because you see the skyline. I'm posting a video now from ABC News in the chat right now. And in that video, you can see where it crashes, and it's clearly near that building I just showed you, which is on the New Jersey side of the river. So what caused this? What caused this helicopter apparently to catastrophically break up? Hold on one moment here. Let me just look at something real quick. Somebody just sent me. What is this? There is a supposed video of the helicopter flying erratically? Where is this here? Is that legit? I'm looking at it right now. I'll post a link. I can't verify this is from today. One of the viewers just sent this to me. Oh, somebody said it's from a different crash years ago. Several people watching that video in the comments of that video, which I didn't show you, and I didn't put a link to, I just saw it, said that's an old video. The video was purportedly of the helicopter flying erratically, but that's not from today, apparently. Let me get you back to the live shot. Paul Galvin mentioned me, and he believes that in the video of it breaking up, you can still see the propeller separated from the helicopter in the sky. Okay. Breaking news from ABC News New York. Janice Yu with ABC News New York says, 6 people confirmed dead. Divers are recovering body of 6th victim, who they believe is the pilot. Again, ABC News is now also reporting all 6 people on board were dead. ABC News' Janice Yu says 6 people confirmed dead. Divers are recovering body of 6th victim, who they believe is the pilot. Again, a family of 5 tourists from Spain, including 3 children, and a pilot. Also, ABC News says the helicopter appears to have been taken off from downtown Manhattan heliport at 2:59 p.m. and went off radar at 3:25 p.m. So it was flying for about 26 minutes. Something else ABC News New York mentioned is they say at least 32 people have died in helicopter crashes in NYC since 1977, most recently in 2019, when a helicopter being used for executive travel hit the roof of a skyscraper and the pilot was killed. Certainly condolences to the family of apparently family members of apparently an entire family on this craft. Well, a family from Spain, I don't know if it was the entire family, 2 adults and 3 children, and the pilot. Yeah, the NTSB will be leading the investigation on this. Oh, I have pictures of the crash site I can show you. Give me a moment, I will show them to you. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you right now. It's not graphic. I just need to pull it up here. So hang on for 1 second here. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple pictures now of the helicopter in the water. Again, they're not graphic pictures, but I'm going to show you these to you now. If I can pull these up on the screen for you. So here is this article, helicopter crashes in Hudson River, New York police say. That's from Reuters. And with that article are a couple of photos that I'm going to put in front of, that show you right now, if I can, here. Oops, hang on a second here. That's not what I wanted to do. Let me just make sure. Okay. Guys, I'm going to show you. Oh, did I just put it up there for you? That's it right there. That's the photo right there. That's from Reuters. That is a photo of the helicopter in the water after the crash. I think there's a second photo too. Give me one moment here. Try to get that second photo up for you. Yes, here is the second photo where you see that helicopter in the water upside down. Right there. One of our viewers said that's a sad sight to see knowing everyone is gone. Yes, terrible. But that helicopter just fell out of the sky. And there were pieces of the helicopter debris in the air, according to video, when it was falling. Something catastrophic happened to it. We do not know what yet. Did it hit something? I don't know what would cause a helicopter to break up like that. Graham thinks it had to hit something. Some of our viewers think it hit something. NBC News also says 6 people, says at least 5 dead. ABC News and AP say 6 dead. A couple of viewers have sent me photos, have sent me like screenshots of a video which appeared to maybe show that the rotor blades were fully separated from the helicopter as it was on its way down. I can't confirm that, but looks like maybe that was the case. Michelle Y. Hogan sent me a photo and somebody else did, but Firejack sent me a different one, which supposedly shows the rotor separate. Stu sent me one, so I can't confirm that, but that certainly may be the case. William said you can, Willimator, is it? Said you can see the rotor fall after the helicopter falls. I'm looking right now at a close-up that a viewer sent me of the video of it falling out of the sky, and I mean, clearly a bunch of it was not, you can see that it's like the main fuselage is falling out of the sky, but a bunch of it is not there. A bunch of it's broken off. Ed Heel sent me that close-up. I posted the video on my X account, @Lookner on X. I've posted a number of videos there. I'll post a link again in the chat, but if you check out my X account, @Lookner, you'll find several videos. I will post a link to the video right now. To one of the videos. I just posted it. Let me also show you guys again this from Flight Radar 24 here. This is Flight Radar. I'm going to turn off that audio for a second. This is from Flight Radar 24. And what you can see here is they have the helicopter N216MH. And this shows you the flight path of the helicopter. Apparently it took off from Lower Manhattan. I don't know exactly where the helipad is there. But it took off from Lower Manhattan, according to a report I read, and it certainly looks like that in the area. So what you can see is as the flight goes, it starts flying north, right on the Hudson River. That's Manhattan, and that's the New Jersey side, and that's Manhattan right there. So it's flying north, flying north, flying north. It turns around. Again, maybe it's a tour of the river or something, and it comes back down, and when it got back down here, it crashed. And I think, where is it here? Trying to figure out where that building is. It's right here. See, it says Holland Tunnel. Isn't that the building where right there? Isn't that right around there where the crash happened, where all the rescue vehicles were? I think, yeah, right next to this structure right here. I think that's where it ended up, right around here, where it says Holland Tunnel. Right near here. But you can see it flew up the river, alongside the Manhattan coast, came down on the alongside the New Jersey coast and just went down. And where's the flight data here? There is the flight data. I'm not an expert, so I can't tell you anything about this. What I can tell you is the blue line is altitude and the yellow line is ground speed. Why did it crash? Certainly something catastrophic happened to it from the video, but you can go look this up on Flight Radar 24. It is flight number N216, registration N216MH. But just went up the river and down the river. And then sometime around here is when it just went off radar and crashed. Something happened there. Something happened to it, but we don't know what. And there's the live shot, a live shot of a fireboat.
You can see like what's standing houses.
By the way, the New York Times is also reporting that 6 people have died. The last fatal helicopters crash in New York City was 2019. Thank you, by the way, to our moderators. We have moderating right now. We have moderating right now Rubeth Mythical and Sabrina over on YouTube. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you to our Twitch moderators as well. A Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Tariag, and our Facebook moderators. Thank you to them. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other Facebook moderators. Thanks Diane Allworth for subscribing over there on Facebook, and Rita Evans Lang. I would like to change the title of the Facebook video. I was trying to do that before and I couldn't do it. So, oh, maybe I can do it here. Hold on. That's not good. Oh, I can do it. Sorry, now I can do it. I can actually change it. I figured out how to do that. I don't know if there's going to be a press conference or something. I'll see if I can find anything out about it. I haven't heard anything about it. NBC News says this is believed to be a tourist helicopter. One New York Post talked to a witness who said that after the crash, the helicopter submerged very quickly. Hold on a second here.
You just tell them.
Give me one moment here. I'm looking something up. Maybe I can show you here. Here. Playback. We want, okay, so universal time now is what? Universal time now is 21:14. So it's 4-hour difference with Eastern time. So we would want to do the playback at about 6:45 p.m.
She's mine. We have multiple batteries. Yeah. Great. When I told you there's my call out, because it was your last day.
Hang on a moment, I'm trying to find the playback for you. One of our viewers mentioned a playback on Flight Radar 24. So I was trying to find you the playback showing that flight. Seven 14 universal time. Okay.
It's probably divers on this.
Is this it? N216MH. Okay, yeah, here it is. I can show it to you. I can show it to you. So here is, let me just show you this. I'm going to show you a playback from Flight Radar 24 of when this happened. That's the helicopter right there. That's it. That's it right there. You can see it's coming down there. One of the viewers said there might be another helicopter above it. I mean, you can see there's other helicopters and planes in the area. Now, this helicopter right here was near it, right there. I don't know what the altitudes are. You're saying that and that? But that, it didn't, it kept going, keeps going, and it crashes down here. That's it right there. I can speed this up a little bit here. At that point, that's it, and there's another one behind it. That's it right there. This is sped up a bit. And then I'm just looking for other aircraft in the area. That's it right there. There's a helicopter behind it. Now we're getting close to where it goes off the screen. That's still it. And keep watching right in here. Again, it's sped up a little bit on the flight radar. Still flying there. Right around here is where it starts, goes off the screen. Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. That's it, right? Does it disappear there? It stopped. It stopped there, so you can see it's not moving forward anymore. Yeah, so at this point, I don't know if it's in the water right here. Now, this helicopter goes over it, but at that point, I'm assuming it's in the water at that point, or it hasn't been moving forward for a while. So, and then it disappears off the radar, but that's from Flight Radar 24. Oh, someone mentioned a press conference coming up. Is that true? Let me see if I can find something about that. Hold on. One of our viewers said that building near where it crashed is the air duct for the tunnel, the Holland Tunnel. Another article suggested that. I haven't confirmed that. Yes, it does look, I just looked it up. It looks like the building that it crashed near is a Holland Tunnel ventilation building. If you look at the overhead shots, there's been some overhead shots showing the crash site. I haven't heard anything about the press conference yet. Swizzer Lestic says, my wife and I did a tour a few years ago that went up the river and returned. Only about a 15-minute flight when we did it. By the way, a quick thank you to the Veggie, our new member, NM. Thank you, NM. Kerry Poteet for the gift memberships, Naomi Nocturnal, Bebop and Rocksteady, PZ Papa Zulu, Dragon Noise. Yeah, Dragon Noise. I mentioned that story earlier. There was it was an incident at Reagan Airport in D.C. today, where one plane came into contact with another plane on the ground. 2 American Airlines planes. That's the FAA posted about that. I'll read you that statement again. Nobody was hurt in that I'm aware of. Yeah, the wingtip of American Airlines Flight 5490 struck American Flight 4522 on a taxiway at Reagan Airport today at 12:45 p.m. local time. The FAA will investigate. And as I did mention, a couple of lawmakers, at least a couple of House of Representatives members were on board. At least one of the planes, according to Fox's Chad Perkins. Has anyone else heard anything about a news conference, a press conference? Because I've heard nothing about it.
She's got her gear. She did it there too. Okay. Katie. I just text her. She gave me a thumbs up.
Hold on. Oh! Hold on. See, I could get you a video in a second, but maybe. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'll see if I can get you a video. Hang on a second.
Yeah. A little outdated. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think it is working. Hang on, guys. I'm going to get you the video.
Possibly. We're starting to have things move here.
Give me one moment and I will show you the video of the helicopter crashing. Where is that? Okay, I'm doing this. I got it. All right, hang on. So I've done this thing where, I hope this worked. Did this work? Let me see if this worked. Let me make sure this worked. I think I'm going to be able to show you the helicopter crash video. Give me a moment. Let me just pull it up on screen. Give me 1 sec. I got it. I got the video. Okay, so I've done this thing where I've started this, I am now able to, I pay for live footage from like Reuters and AFP, but I have this thing with Reuters now where I can, if some breaking news happens and there's like a clip, sometimes I can buy the clip. So I've spent a little extra money to buy this clip, which is the clip I've been telling you about right here. So let me put it on the screen for you, and we can replay it. And it's not graphic, but this is the helicopter just falling out of the sky with debris in the sky. So let me just get it up on the screen for you. Hold on, I'm not used to doing it this way. Okay, I think this is going to work. I think. I hope. Okay, here it is. I'm going to play this for you. Again, I purchased the rights to the video. Here it is. I don't even know if it has sound on it, but we're just going to play it right now. I'm going to make it bigger. See, there's debris in the sky. You can see debris here and debris here. Oh, hold on. Can you guys, am I blocking it with the headline? Hold on. Let's do it this way. Now, where is the right there? See, that looks like a piece of something right there where my pointer is. I don't know if you guys can see that. And then see that right there? One of our viewers said, fortunately, no bystanders were hurt. Yeah. Oh, one of the viewers, hang on, Amart, and just to show you, if I can see it right there. I mean, that's what it looks like right there. Oh, press conference. Hold on. Do I have the press conference? Hang on a moment. Hang on. Let me find it. Reuters does not have it. It's not on Reuters. Is it New York City covering it? Just give me a second, guys. I'm looking for it right now. I can only show you what I have the rights to. So, is it on? AFP isn't carrying it. I don't have AP video, so I'll check over there, but I can't just steal their video. Give me a moment. ABC News is literally doing live coverage from New York, and they are not showing a press conference. So is it possible that it hasn't started yet? Because I'm literally watching a live shot of ABC News, and they would be covering the press conference, ABC News New York. And I don't see anything on Reuters, and I don't see anything on AFP. Setting up currently? Okay, so I'll keep an eye on that. Let me go back and show you the video. Give me one moment. Sorry, there's a lot going on. Just give me 1 second here. Oh, I just saw a close-up of the rotor falling. ABC News just showed a close-up of the rotor falling. I just saw a new video I hadn't seen. You can see the rotor falling into the river. It's close up, the whole rotor. I just saw that right now. All right, and then let me just go back again to this video of the. This is the crash video right here. A crash video. So let me just again show you this. It just falls out of the sky. Again, I have the rights to show you this. Yeah, so I mean, clearly there was something catastrophic that happened to it. And again, you can see some debris, it looks like, in the air there. That's not a complete helicopter right there. And I just saw a video on ABC News, which appeared to be a close-up, like of the blades coming down separately. Yeah, as Indiana says, it just fell out of the sky. One of our viewers said, I hope it didn't hit a drone. Again, I'll just play it again because I just want people to see what happened. I'm not showing graphic bodies or anything, but I want people to be able to see what happened here. It seems like something catastrophic happened to this thing in the air. If we can, yeah, look at it right there, right there. Can I make this bigger? Let me see if I can magnify this. I'm doing this a little bit differently than I normally would. If I do it this way, Yeah, so that is what it looks like at that point. Block says definitely missing something. I don't know if the tail's not on. Where is tail? Said one of the viewers. And then it looks like there, I mean, you can see what looks like debris up here. See up here, this stuff? Oh, is that upside down? One of our viewers saying it's upside down. So right there, are you seeing that's where it would land on? Yeah. Yeah, people are saying that it's upside down and you're seeing the skids. One of our viewers says literally falling apart. So again, the reason I'm showing you this video is to try to get a sense of what happened to this helicopter. You know, I'm not going to be showing you bodies or anything, but people trying to figure out what happened to this thing. And it's just clearly just falling out of the sky. Hold on a second here. If I can, I don't even know how I did this. I have to figure out, I'm doing this a little bit of a different way right now. So, all right, there's that. Let me just do this again here. Just trying to make it a little bigger for you. Wow, just terrible, just terrible. This happened about 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. And this helicopter, I mean, it had flown up to the river and turned around and flown down the river. I think it was about roughly a 20-minute flight. Pedder thinks the tail came off, so it's a catastrophic failure. And again, let me see if I can dig up and at least post the link for you. Let me see if I can dig up there's a new video I saw showing a close-up of the rotor coming down, that ABC News showed. Which was really striking to see. And I haven't seen it on the web yet. I just saw it on the ABC News broadcast. So I was trying to find that so I could post a link to it for you guys. What other video do I have here? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I have press conference video right now. Hold on. It hasn't started yet, but I have the live video from the press conference. Here, look. I'm going to get this on the screen for you right now. There it is right there.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
There is
1,
the video.
2, mic check.
Press
3, 2,
conference.
1, mic check.
Getting ready to start.
1 2 1 2.
We're gonna replace it with a hard line. That's okay.
1 2 mic check.
Can we replace this one with this?
3 2 1 mic check. Mic check 1 2. 1 2 mic check. Sonido. Sí, sonido. 1 2 1 2.
No, I'm gonna take that one back. We thought it was gonna
3,
happen
2,
right
1.
away, so we didn't want to miss out. But now we're
1
hard
2
line it.
3 4
Thank you so
5
much.
mic check. 1 2 3 4 5 mic check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
This is me right here.
3 2.
So,
You good?
This is me right here.
All right. Test, 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 test. Everybody good? Yeah, I got you.
I should have started probably the next minute or so, all right? So get the last mics on there, and let's go. All right, guys.
We're about to start this press conference right now. About to start the press conference right now. By the way, thank you to McLean33, who says if you go frame by frame, you can see rotor blades spinning. Thank you also to Slackjaw for your support. Thank you, Slackjaw. And Andrew S. Andrew says something could have dropped out the doors and hit the tail rotor. Thanks also to Maddie Ice. Maddie says, are these new? Maddie's asking if there are more aircraft accidents or not lately. Hold on, this press conference is about to begin. We're watching the video right now. Let's see what the authorities have to say. I can't do anything about the video quality. It's just what I have.
Good evening, everyone. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm joined here today with Mayor Eric Adams, Deputy Mayor for Administration Camille Joseph Varlak, the Fire Commissioner Robert Tucker, the Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, and the Emergency Management Commissioner Zach Isco. We are here on the scene at Pier 40 on the west side of Manhattan, where earlier today a passenger helicopter crashed into the Hudson River. Our response was swift and coordinated. We have the FDNY, the NYPD, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here on the scene assisting with rescue efforts. New York City Office of Emergency Management was coordinating efforts on the ground with our public safety agencies. As our state and federal partners, including the FAA, the Port Authority, and the United States Coast Guard, the National Transportation Safety Board, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and our partner agencies in New Jersey. When an emergency like this happens and strikes, this team responds with expert speed and professionalism. I want to thank all of our brave first responders for assisting in the rescue efforts and the ongoing investigation into this tragedy. For more information, I would like to turn it over to Mayor Eric Adams.
Thanks so much, DM Daughtry. Our hearts go out to the family of those who were on board and all 6 who were on board of the helicopter. It's almost reminiscence of the plane going down here on the Hudson River, but thank God we didn't lose any lives back then. It's still fresh and it's still new. The investigation is ongoing, and we have the entire family members. We're lifting them up in prayer. Here's what we know at this time. At approximately 3:17 this afternoon, we began receiving multiple calls for a helicopter that crashed in the water. These calls generated the response of many agencies, as the Deputy Mayor Daughtry stated, including and our Jersey partners, Jersey as well, and the coastal. Adult children were on board town skyport.
Hang on, I'll fix it with. I'm going to get a different.
3
Hold on a
p.m.
second.
The pilot and a family visiting from Spain, what our preliminary information has at this time. Members of the FDNY and NYPD harbor units arrived at the scene, and divers from both agencies entered the water. At this time, all 6 victims have been removed from the water, and sadly, all 6 victims have been pronounced deceased. Again, we're praying for the families and our gratitude to the rescuers and the courage that was displayed in their dedication. I will now turn it over to Fire Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor said, at approximately 3:15 this afternoon, numerous calls were received for a helicopter crash in the Hudson River. We have FDNY asked.
The actual feed paused. I'm not kidding you. This is the actual Reuters feed paused. So
That's
hold on a second. Here we go.
Right up the road here, and we launched our boats immediately. This operation was a joint operation between the FDNY and the NYPD. Our rescue swimmers were in the water shortly after the call and recovered some of the victims. We worked very closely with the NYPD divers on this, and I think this tragic day does indicate just how the spirit of cooperation between the NYPD and the FDNY is alive on the streets and in the water. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. The mayor covered most of it, but perhaps I have a few details to add here. Obviously, this is an ongoing investigation, and all information that we'll provide is preliminary and subject to change. At approximately 3:17 this afternoon, multiple 911 calls started coming in reporting a helicopter crash in the Hudson River near the New Jersey coastline off the coast of River Drive in Hoboken. NYPD units from Aviation, Harbor, Scuba, and Patrol all responded, with our first units arriving at the site within minutes. Our NYPD divers entered the water along with rescue personnel from FDNY, Port Authority, and various New Jersey agencies. According to the manifest, aboard the helicopter were 6 people, 1 pilot, 2 adults, and 3 children. NYPD divers pulled 4 people from the crash site, and FDNY divers recovered an additional 2. Immediate life-saving measures were undertaken on the vessels at the scene, as well as the adjoining pier. 4 victims were pronounced dead on scene, and 2 more were removed to local area hospitals, where sadly both succumbed to their injuries. Names are being withheld at this time, pending family notification. Here is what we know about the flight, and this is based on flight tracking software. A Bell 206 helicopter flying for the tour company New York Helicopters took off from the downtown Manhattan heliport at 2:59 p.m. The aircraft flew south before turning to fly north along the Manhattan shoreline up the Hudson River. At 3:08 p.m., the helicopter reached the George Washington Bridge and then turned again to fly south along the New Jersey shoreline. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft lost control and hit the water just a few feet off the coast of Pier A Park in Hoboken. The cause of the crash is currently under investigation.
Take a few questions. Go ahead. Can you trust the ages, please, of all the occupants?
We don't have that information at this time, and we're holding it to a complete investigation.
Go ahead.
Could you tell us about the recovery?
One at a time, please, Mark.
Could you tell us about the recovery of the helicopter? Is the helicopter submerged in the water? How did divers find it?
I'm sorry, Sid?
How did divers find the helicopter? Is it submerged? And what happens now with the recovery?
The helicopter hit the water, we believe, inverted, and it was, the cabin piece was visible above the water.
Mark, go ahead.
Do you know why the family was in town? Was there a vacation?
No, still preliminary investigation.
Jen?
Any background on the pilot? Any past incidents with him before?
perhaps anything in the crash of the airplane?
This still, as you see, this is fresh. All this is preliminary, and we're going to look into that.
Time for two more. Go ahead. Do you have any idea of how old the helicopter was, the age of it? And also, we had witnesses telling us that the helicopter was supposed to stop in midair, and there were pieces of the helicopter falling off before it actually hit the water. Have you heard of that? Do you know why? As part of this investigation?
You have anything?
Yeah, I think the entire incident is under investigation by the NTSB and the FBI and obviously local authorities as well.
Is that something though that you have seen, that you have heard witness accounts of?
It's consistent with 911 calls and witness reports.
Last question, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask the genders of the people that were on the board and the children especially.
Still an investigation. We want to be cautious about releasing any information until we're able to notify family members and the communication with the consulate.
Kathy wants to do it.
Yeah. And before we close, just lastly, when myself and Commissioner Tucker arrived on the Jersey side of the Hudson River, we were met by the first responders and they told us they did everything they can to try to save these victims. And you can see the trauma on their face. They did everything they can, and they wanted me to make sure that I made that public. They really tried their hardest. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
That was the press conference. So it was a tour helicopter. All 6 people on board were killed. They're investigating the cause. I was trying to fix the video at the start of the press conference. I apologize, we had a little technical difficulty there. So what I would like to do is myself just, I can't remember if they confirmed the report about that the family was a family of tourists from Spain, and also that there were a pilot, 2 adults, and 3 children. I just can't remember because I was fixing it. So what I might do is literally just replay the first part of that press conference there, if you allow me to do that. Did they not say? Did they not say the age that it was a family? And did they even say 2 children? Let me just play the start of it again. Again, I'm sorry. I was just dealing with the video and couldn't catch. Now I don't remember what they said right at the start. So let me just play it again for you. Just the first part of it. If I can put it on the screen here. Okay, hold on a moment here. All right, I am pulling up for you guys the start of the press conference. All right, here's the start of the press conference. Again, the audio is a little off, but we did hear some things. So again, this is the start. This is the start. It's not live, it's replay. I got to put that up. Moments ago. Okay. Hang on a moment here.
Good evening, everyone. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm joined here today with Mayor Eric Adams, Deputy Mayor for Administration Camille Joseph Varlak, the Fire Commissioner Robert Tucker, the Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, and the Emergency Management Commissioner Zach Iskel. We are here on the scene at Pier 40 on the west side of Manhattan, where earlier today a passenger helicopter crashed into the Hudson River. Our response was swift and coordinated. We have the FDNY, the NYPD, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here on the scene, assisting with rescue efforts. New York City Office of Emergency Management was coordinating efforts on the ground with our public safety agencies. As our state and federal partners, including the FAA, the Port Authority, and the United States Coast Guard. the National Transportation Safety Board, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and our partner agencies in New Jersey. When an emergency like this happens and strikes, this team responds with expert speed and professionalism. I want to thank all of our brave first responders for assisting in the rescue efforts and the ongoing investigation into this tragedy. For more information, I would like to turn it over to Mayor Eric Adams.
Thanks so much, DM Daughtry. Our hearts go out to the family of those who were on board and all 6 who were on board of the helicopter. It's almost reminiscence of the plane going down here on the Hudson River, but thank God we didn't lose any lives back then. It's still fresh and it's still new. The investigation is ongoing, and we have the entire family members. We're lifting them up in prayer. Here's what we know at this time. At approximately 3:17 this afternoon, we began receiving multiple calls for a helicopter that crashed in the water. These calls generated the response of many agencies, as the Deputy Mayor Daughtry stated, including
Hang on a second.
And our Jersey partners,
the video went, the audio
Jersey
went
as well, and the coastal.
It'll come back.
Children were on board.
Yes. That's the part where he said the 2 adults and 3
Town
children.
sky.
Hang on, I'll fix it with. I'm
Just
going to get a
about
different.
3
Hold on a
p.m.
second.
The pilot and the family visited from Spain.
Okay, so he said it was a pilot and a family visiting from Spain. So I believe he confirmed, again, we were having a little bit of a difficulty then with the audio. So he said it was a pilot and a family visiting from Spain, so he did confirm that. And did he just say 3 children on board? Because the reporting said there were 2 adults and 3 children in the family. So let me just replay that. Give it a second here.
In prayer. Here's what we know at this time. At approximately 3:17 this afternoon, we began receiving multiple calls for a helicopter that crashed in the water. These calls generated the response of many agencies, as the Deputy Mayor Daughtry stated, including
just give it a moment. The audio will come back.
And our Jersey partners,
hang on one second.
Jersey as well, and the coastal. Children were on board.
Yeah, we couldn't really catch that, but.
Town sky.
Hang on, I'll fix it with.
Just
I'm going to get a
about
different.
3
Hold on a
p.m.
second.
The pilot and the family visiting from Spain, what our preliminary information has at this time. Members of the FDNY and NYPD harbor units arrived at the scene, and divers from both agencies entered the water. At this time, all 6 victims have been removed from the water, and sadly, all 6 victims have been pronounced deceased. Again, we're praying for the families and our gratitude to the rescuers and the courage that was displayed in their dedication. I will now turn it over to Fire Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor said, at approximately 3:15 this afternoon, numerous calls were received for a helicopter crash in the Hudson River. We have FDNY asked.
Give it a moment here. The actual feed paused. I'm not kidding you. Hold on, it's just the actual Reuters feed paused. It'll start again. So
That's
hold on a second. Here we go.
Right up the road here, and we launched our boats immediately. This operation was a joint operation between the FDNY and the NYPD. Our rescue swimmers were in the water shortly after the call and recovered some of the victims. We worked very closely with the NYPD divers on this, and I think this tragic day does indicate just how the spirit of cooperation between the NYPD and the FDNY is alive on the streets and in the water. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. The mayor covered most of it, but perhaps I have a few details to add here. Obviously, this is an ongoing investigation, and all information that we'll provide is preliminary and subject to change. At approximately 3:17 this afternoon, multiple 911 calls started coming in reporting a helicopter crash in the Hudson River near the New Jersey coastline off the coast of River Drive in Hoboken. NYPD units from Aviation, Harbor, Scuba, and Patrol all responded, with our first units arriving at the site within minutes. Our NYPD divers entered the water along with rescue personnel from FDNY, Port Authority, and various New Jersey agencies. According to the manifest, aboard the helicopter were 6 people, 1 pilot, 2 adults, and 3 children. NYPD divers pulled 4 people from the crash site, and FDNY divers recovered an additional 2. Immediate life-saving measures were undertaken on the vessels at the scene, as well as the adjoining pier. 4 victims were pronounced dead on scene, and 2 more were removed to local area hospitals, where sadly both succumbed to their injuries. Names are being withheld at this time, pending family notification. Here is what we know about the flight, and this is based on flight tracking software. A Bell 206 helicopter flying for the tour company New York Helicopters took off from the downtown Manhattan heliport at 2:59 p.m. The aircraft flew south before turning to fly north along the Manhattan shoreline up the Hudson River. At 3:08 p.m., the helicopter reached the George Washington Bridge and then turned again to fly south along the New Jersey shoreline. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft lost control and hit the water just a few feet off the coast of Pier A Park in Hoboken. The cause of the crash is currently under investigation.
Take a few questions. Shannon, go ahead. Can you test the ages, please, of all the occupants?
We don't have that information at this time, and we're holding it to a complete investigation.
Go ahead.
Could you tell us about
One at a time, please, Mark.
Could you tell us about the recovery of the helicopter? Is the helicopter submerged in the water? How did divers find it?
I'm sorry, Sid?
How did divers find the helicopter? Is it submerged? And what happens now with the recovery?
The helicopter hit the water, we believe, inverted, and it was, the cabin piece was visible above the water.
Mark, go ahead.
Do you know why the family was in town? Was that vacation?
No, still preliminary investigation.
Jen?
Any background on the pilot? Any past incidents with him before? Perhaps anything in the crash?
This is still, as you see, this is fresh. All this is preliminary, and we're going to look into that.
Time for 2 more. Go ahead.
Do you have any idea of how old the helicopter was, the age of it? And also, we had witnesses telling us that the helicopter was supposed to stop in midair, and there were pieces of the helicopter falling off before it actually hit the water. Have you heard of that? Do you know why? As part of this investigation?
You have anything?
Yeah, I think the entire incident is under investigation by the NTSB and the FBI and obviously local authorities as well.
Is that something though that you have seen, that you have heard witness accounts of?
It's consistent with 911 calls and witness reports.
Last question, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask the genders of the people that were on board, the children especially.
Still an investigation. We want to be cautious about releasing any information until we're able to notify family members and the communication with the consul.
Kathy wants to do it.
Yeah. And before we close, just lastly, when myself and Commissioner Tucker arrived on the Jersey side of the Hudson River, we were met by the first responders and they told us they did everything they can to try to save these victims. And you can see the trauma in their face. They did everything they can, and they wanted me to make sure that I made that public. They really tried their hardest. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
That was the... All right, so that was the press conference. Again, as we heard, very sadly, all 6 people on board died. It was a tour helicopter operated by New York Helicopters, a tour company. And for whatever reason, this thing crashed. It appeared to have undergone some sort of catastrophic failure. We have this video here of it crashing, which I'm going to show you, which I showed you before, but I want to show you one more time. Hold on a moment here. I am pulling it up here. Give me one moment. This was a tour helicopter. And let me just pull up on the screen. Sorry, I got to do this way. Hold on. I know that's the wrong thing. The thing I want to show you is, give me a second, I'll fix this. The thing I want to show you is this. There. Okay. Okay, so this is a video of the actual crash. It's not, you can't see bodies, but you just see this thing fall out of the sky. And I have the rights to the video in case people were wondering. And you just see people, you see it fall out of the sky, and there's actually some debris. This is not the clearest version of this video. So, but there are other versions where you can see a little debris in here. There's other versions of this video where you can see more debris in the sky. But let me just show you, and we'll discuss it. Unbelievable. There's debris right there. Oh, well, there you go. You know, I'm sorry. Before when I was playing it for you, I was focused on earlier. You see more debris coming down after it crashes. You see more debris coming down. Hang on, we'll play this again. Right there. Now, this stuff you see here, right? Are we seeing the rotor there? I don't know. I believe it's kind of hard to make out there. This stuff. So there's a bunch of debris in the sky. Zellian says people that came off the helicopter. And I did see, I haven't seen it on the web yet. ABC7 New York showed a video on their stream which showed like a close-up of the rotor crashing in the water. Mr. Back, I know there's another video floating, there's other videos floating around. My point is, I don't know in this video, I can't make out the debris that we're looking at there. CJ says, looks like it was shot down. So again, I don't know if it hit something or if it just came apart in air, but you know, I am not an aviation expert, but it certainly looks like something catastrophic happened to it. And if we do this here, you can see that's what it looked like right before it landed, right? That's upside down. That's upside down. So is the tail not there at that point? I don't even know. It's a Bell 200. It's a Bell helicopter, a Bell 206. So maybe I can show you what that looks like. Hold on. Wikipedia has a page on Bell 206 helicopters. It was a Bell 206, right? Hold on. Let me just do this. That's not what I want to show you. I want to go back here. No, yes. Oh, that's not live. All right. So that's a Bell 206 helicopter. I'll double check that this is the one. Flight radar says Bell 206. Okay. So where did my page go? So this is Wikipedia. This is a picture from, who is the person? M. Field. Sorry, I want to get the name up here of the person who took this. M. Field on Wikipedia. Hold on, I will show this to you, a better picture of it. It's still too big. Let me do this real quick. Move it up on the... I'm just doing that for you right there. So that's a Bell 206 helicopter according to Wikipedia. And you can see it has a tail. It has a big tail. So, because when it... Now, let me do this. There. So, that compares to this. So, certainly, I mean, maybe we just can't... You don't seem to see a tail there, right? Oh, yeah, somebody said flip the picture. I can try doing that for a second. Hold on. Just remind me to unflip it. Okay. Let me just try this. Flip. Okay, so if we do this, I know this is confusing. That's that. That's upside down picture. And then... Looks like maybe we're seeing the other side of it. Anyways. Oh, horizontal flip. Right. Okay. Anyways. We've just flipped that picture from Wikipedia. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to see, but it looks like there's just no tail there. No rotor, maybe, yeah, no, we're not seeing an obvious rotor there either. Again, just to show you guys, it looks like something quite catastrophic happened. And I don't know what it was. All right. Let me just, I have to now change this back because otherwise I'll be showing something and it'll be really, it'll just be, everything will be upside down and everything. Okay. All right, so let's get back. And again, just really catastrophic. Again, condolences to the family of the 6 people who were killed, and just looks like something very catastrophic happened here. Where is it here? Right here. Sorry, oh, sorry, I had my headline up. So I do not, again, I don't know what happened, but yeah, one of our viewers said that's crazy. Yeah, it just falls out of the sky. Really terrible. Yeah, one of our viewers said the sound of the impact is really bad, and yeah, terrifying, says one of our viewers. A couple of our viewers, like Luke and some of our viewers, have asked about a drone strike. We haven't heard any reporting. that it hit a drone, but we don't know. Something happened to it. There's no reporting that I've heard yet on what happened to this thing. I'll do a quick check and see if I can find anything else. Oh, let me also put this on the screen here. I have the ticker going. By the way, I do want to say a thank you to Daniel Boberson and Matthew Bradford. Matthew, I don't think we heard anything specifically about the pilot. This was operated by Tor Helicopters, New York Helicopters, a tour company in New York City. So we heard a family from Spain, 2 adults and 3 children, and a pilot. But I didn't hear specifics about the pilot. Thank you also, Donna Smith. And also, Sorry XDDD on Twitch. Let me just look something up here. I will show you also again a shot of this, of what it's not graphic, but what it looked like in the water. Let me just show that to you real quick. So you can see here, tourist helicopter crashed into New York's Hudson River. And I will pull up the photo here. Hang on. Oh, it just came up on the screen. There is a photo of the helicopter upside down in the water there. Terrible. And then here's another one. That's even more close up. Uh-oh. You can't really see this, though. Maybe I can move it up a little for you. Oh, and here's the site of it. Hold on. Let's make this smaller. You know what I got to do? Give me a moment. I'm going to fix something for you. Where is... I know what's happening here. There, that's better. Okay, so there is where it that's where it happened. That right there that's the New Jersey side of the river across from Manhattan. If I have, is this? Because that's where it was, right? It was right here, right? And on Google Maps, I'll show you where this is. Because that, I believe, is a venting building for that U-shaped building is a venting building, I believe, for the Holland Tunnel, which is right here. Oops, now you can't see that. Hold on, I got it. There. So this is Google Maps. So downtown Manhattan right here, Jersey City, Jersey here. This is south up here, north is down here. It's roughly speaking south to north up here. And then the crash was near that building, which is I believe, a ventilation facility for the Holland Tunnel. right there. All right, hang on. I have too much stuff open. I'll take a few comments from you guys. Oh, and I was going to see also if there were any updates on this. I still haven't seen on the web that video that I think it was ABC7 showed of the rotor coming down. A close-up of the rotor coming down, which is pretty shocking. It's a close-up video, a close-up view of the rotor coming down. I haven't seen it online yet. Hang on a moment. You can see here, this is, why is this all messed up now? Why is this messed up? Let me fix this so it's not messed up anymore. I am not on my, I'm in Lima, Peru, so things are still a little different here when I do things. What is happening here? I'm not in my normal studio. I don't even know why, what is happening here. Oh, there we go. I'm just fixing this before I show it to you. Sorry, everybody. That's better. Reuters says it was a tourist helicopter. The victims, the pilot and 5 passengers, were believed to include a family from Spain. The Tor helicopter departed at 2:59 p.m., lost control, hit the water upside down near Lower Manhattan around 3:15 p.m. Only flew for about 16 minutes, became submerged. A Bell 206 helicopter. Seeing if I have other updates for you here. And you can see AP says, NYC mayor says family of Spanish tourists died in helicopter crash into Hudson River. Any other photos here? The skies, AP says the skies were overcast at the time, but visibility over the river was not substantially impaired. Rescue crews had to deal with 45-degree water temperatures. The FAA identified the helicopter as a Bell 206, a model widely used in commercial and government aviation, including by sightseeing companies. TV news stations and police departments also use it. It was initially developed for the U.S. Army before being adapted for other uses. Thousands have been manufactured over the years. The skies over Manhattan are routinely filled with planes and helicopters, both private recreational aircraft and commercial and tourist flights. Manhattan has several helipads that whisk business executives and others to destinations throughout the metropolitan area. Over the years, there have been multiple crashes, including a collision between a plane and a tourist helicopter over the Hudson River in 2009 that killed 9 people, and the 2018 crash of a charter helicopter offering open-door flights that went down in the East River, killing 5 people. There have been a number of prominent fatal crashes this year. Obviously the helicopter plane collision in DC. There was the Philadelphia medical transport plane that killed 7 people. There was a plane crash in Alaska that killed, I think, over 10 people. Off the top of my head, I'm not aware that there are more crashes. I just don't know. There are fatal crashes every year, so I don't have that information for you on relative at frequency at this point and the type of crashes. Let me just read some more comments from you guys. I will be looking for like Blanco Lirio, right? That's the channel I watch a lot. Well, I watch when there's an air disaster. He does really good videos. On Blanco Lirio on YouTube does excellent aviation accident videos. So I'll wait to see what he says about it. Mr. Classic said that helicopter probably had well over 10,000 hours on the airframe. According that helicopter's was, just so you know, the age of it, according to the FAA, is certificate issue date 2016, manufactured 2004. It was manufactured in 2004. Zyko says, I would think it would have a black box. I do not know if it has a black box. I think one of our viewers mentioned Captain Steve, is it? Who posts videos too? Yeah, sometimes I watch his videos as well about aviation stuff. I don't, because of rights issues, I can't really show it, but New York Helicopter does have a website, and I will post a link to their website. New York Helicopter Tours, departing from Manhattan or New Jersey. You can book a tour. It says Liberty Helicopter Tour. There's a bunch of ones called the Liberty Helicopter Tour. I don't know which one this one. This one went up the river and down the river. They offer different tours. Skyline Tour, Ultimate NYC Tour. The NYC Skyline Tour is $235 per person, plus $50 per person heliport fuel fee. Looks like a bunch of their tours are several $100s per person. So again, it's called NewYorkHelicopter.com. PZ Papa Zulu said, just saw a picture on Facebook of the rotor assembly separated away from the helicopter. The tail boom was not on the helicopter. Why did it have a catastrophe in the air? I do not know. Thank you also to Patty Takes Photos. Who said the aircraft doesn't appear to auto-rotate. Auto-rotation, says Wikipedia, is the state of flight in which the main rotor of a helicopter and other rotary wing aircraft turns by the action of air. Now I'm confusing. Rather than the engine power driving it. Is that what you're talking about? The most common use of auto-rotation in helicopters is to safely land the aircraft in the event of an engine failure or tail rotor failure. It is a common emergency procedure taught to helicopter pilots as a part of their training. I think what our Manic Miner says, hard to auto-rotate with no rotor. Barry says, literally nothing you can do once your main rotor is gone. Thanks to Space Cadet, by the way. All right, guys. I'm going to certainly keep an eye out for updates on this story. Again, I have not seen any other reporting yet on what caused this to happen. I will say this, nobody said that I've seen no reporting that it hit a drone or anything else. There's no video of it, and nobody even said they saw that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but there's no reporting of that right now. Okay. Well, look, we came on to cover this after covering. We were doing a stream on the stock market being down and the Trump tariffs situation, and this happened, and we ended up jumping over to this. So I think right now I'm going to wrap up this stream. But, you know, I'll post stuff. Yeah, by the way, a number of our viewers have sent me photos and videos that purportedly show the rotor. So I don't own the rights to those, but I appreciate you sending them in. And it certainly looks like, from everything I've seen, that the rotor came off. And I saw a video on ABC News that seemed to show the whole rotor, a close-up of it coming down. Anyways, I'll post updates if I hear about them on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there if you want for breaking news updates. You know, if there's big news about something, we can always do another stream. So you can, if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here, Agenda Free TV. But I do appreciate you all tuning in for both parts of the stream. Again, condolences to the family and the family of the pilot. People just went up for a helicopter tour in New York City and they all died. So really sad. Let's hope it can be figured out what happened to prevent it from happening, something like that from happening again. Not good, terrible. Okay, so I also very much appreciate our moderators being here for the stream. Thank you so much, moderators. Hang on a second here. Hang on. Give me a moment. Our moderators are why we can have chat rooms. We couldn't have our chat rooms without the moderators. So really, really appreciate them being here, keeping the chat rooms civil and respectful. Beth Mythical and Ruth Krafasi over on YouTube. BZ, thank you for being there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Over there on Twitch, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai, 3 McBritches, Tariag, and our Facebook moderators, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other moderators, thank you. And I think I thanked everybody who for supporting the channel during the stream. I really appreciate that. Thanks for your support. That's what keeps the channel on the air, so thank you. I think I got everybody. Oh, turn on notifications if you want to know when we're going live. The best way to know, I can't tell you in advance when big news is going to happen, but we have a notification system on Discord, which works very well. It'll send you a notification when we go live. It's free to sign up. The mods can post the link to notifications in the chat, and also in the Facebook and YouTube description of this video, you'll find the link to the notifications. I was looking for I couldn't find my lip balm. I'll have to find it after. But sign up for the notifications, and at the same link, we also have a chat. At the same link, you can check out our chat. We have a free chat on Discord where you can chat with our other viewers when we're not live. A lot of our viewers like doing the chat, so check out the Discord chat as well. And thank you so much to our Discord mods for all of your help with everything. Another good way to find out when we're live is to follow us on X. We are at Agenda Free TV on X. At Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel. So you can follow over there. And also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications, because those can be helpful in telling you when we're live. And it's a little tricky to turn those YouTube notifications on. What you need to do on YouTube, if you watch over there and you want to get the notifications, is you got to subscribe first, and then you got to click the bell. Click the bell and choose all notifications like this. I also want to thank our Facebook subscribers. Hey, Paul Anderson, did I get you, Paul, for modding? Thanks, Paul Anderson, for modding too. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers who subscribe over there and support the channel. People like Diane Allworth, Margaret Riley, Robert Rial II, Kay Lowry Body, Lou Green, Eve Richards, Sharon Klassen-Goslin, Martha Crawford, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you for subscribing there. Our Twitch subscribers like Kitty Tiger, Matthew Kohai 3, Gina Pina, Chi-Town Bear, Nikki Newark, who else? Let's see here. Geeg, Massachusetts guy. They Call Me Taj. Did I say Wall Street and Shaggy? Wall Street and Shaggy, Bad Toastery. McBritches, Yay for You. Thank you for subscribing over there on Twitch. And our all of our other Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members like Evelyn in Maine, Quentin from Astoria, Basic J, Crypto King, and Sean 1, John Flick, Patricia Grace, sorry, Leslie Lady Hawk, Dr. McRib, Pat W, Chris N, thanks for subscribing, not for being members on YouTube. Dean R, thank you. Pam Turner, Fred Flintstone, Adventurer, CAC 813, Raina Hood, Ronald Kame, Sadi BB, Lone Gamer UK, Ellie Lassetti, Wildflower, all of our other YouTube members, and all of our other viewers, Robert Boucher, Aria K, Steffi J, Nick Nembus, Torwin, Audio X3, thanks for subscribing on Twitch as well. Drunk Can't Cook as well. And our viewer Factory Rejects over there. All right, guys. And our viewers like Tony Neem. Tony says Blanco Lirio is an excellent source for aircraft incidents. Yeah, I will see definitely check out what he has to say about this. Thank you, Jacqueline, for watching. Robert Mack. Rita Evans-Lang, thanks for subscribing, Rita. Michelle Batten, and others. All right, so I'm wrapping this up. I appreciate you joining our coverage today of the Trump tariff situation and the stock market going down, and then, very sadly, the Tor helicopter crashing in the Hudson River. So that is it for now. Thanks for watching me. Thanks also for putting up with the technical issues sometimes that have happened that happen once in a while when I'm here still in Lima, Peru. I appreciate that. That is it for now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.